Hello everyone, welcome back. It is Wednesday, which means it is time for another installment of our Witcher Wednesdays with Witcher's Road Home. We hope that you are prepared for the drama that will unfold. I'm
I'm
ready, are
not.
y'all?
I'm not prepared.
Oh, well, that's a perfect introduction. So, hey all, you know me. I'm at Dirgeron on Twitter, Praxagorthesmiophoria as you see me around here on Twitch, and I get to be your friendly neighborhood Prax for the evening. So we're going to go around, let my fine, wonderful players introduce themselves, and, maybe mention how their characters are currently feeling in this particular moment in time. Hi, Trooper. Thanks for volunteering.
Was that volunteering or being voluntold?
It was volunteering like you did in the army.
Yep, that's what I thought. I am doing very well. I have, I found my shirt, so I'm feeling really good. And I found my ears, so I'm also feeling really good. So generally speaking, I'm doing great. And I made some Kässpätzle, a German dish, and I ate it, and it was also delicious. And so overall, I am excellent. My character, Ianto, on the other hand, is not so excellent. He is, in a way, he has been seduced by a woman. We'll call her a woman. We have no idea if that's actually a true statement or not. Who has told him to go back into a nigh impenetrable castle to steal a jade pin from a woman who knows Ianto inside and out, and he cannot deceive her or lie to her because she can see right through him. She's like, who knows how many
Hairpin.
hundreds? A
Hairpin.
pin? Hairpin.
Hairpin.
A jade pin? A jade hairpin? Because she's who knows how many hundreds of years old. One does not ask. And
Why do you
he
assume
has.
that she's over 100 years old?
Oh, we know she's over 100 years old. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You're asking a woman's age, Yanto. I feel that's
No.
inappropriate.
I did not ask her age. She asked me, "How old do you think I am?" And I was like, "Don't, do not." That's like when three goddesses walk up to you and they're like, "Hey, here's a golden apple. Which one of us is the most beautiful?" And you're like, "That, nah, I just lost that one. Like, there's no winning. There's no winning this one. Like, the minute that happens, you've lost." So he's trying to go and do the impossible and has been caught by his friends after he tried to cut out his tongue so that they could not question him, so he wouldn't be able to lie to them. But unfortunately, they fixed his tongue, so that didn't work. So he's not in a great space in the forest at the moment, covered in blood, but he's fine. I mean, physically, more or less.
Well,
That's me.
that's a place. That's a place. And then next up, underneath Yanto, we have Ardzo. Hey, Billy. How are you doing? How's Ardzo feeling this evening?
I'm how do I there how are we gonna recover from this is my big question. Played in a good amount of games, and like usually when something happens, you can kind of see like where the story can go, and you can kind of predict stupid context. You can kind of predict where the story can go. This one, I don't know. Um, None, no, zero, zilch idea. So this is me in the lazy river in an inner tube where my toesies can't touch the bottom. And then like where you think it's going to be like a cool ride, suddenly like the floor just drops out from underneath you, and then you fall, you're in the waterfall. That's all of that imagery is in Arzo's head. um I'm good though. I'm good. Trying to stay hydrated. It's hot and muggy out there, but Ardzo trying to keep calm amidst the chaos. There's it's big. It's big. This was big.
Yep.
Um, yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
That's all you got? Well, we'll see what Arzo can do, and we'll see what happens next. I mean, there are lots of things that are going on. Speaking of people with lots of things going on, hey Lindy, how are you?
Hi, this is me. I'm Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy, and I'll be playing Countess Witcher Brenda von Vedler. And she's just got some concerns at the moment about some people concerns she typically doesn't usually have to worry about. Now she's got them. She's concerned about her bestie. She's concerned about why her bestie's so concerned about Kadern. She's really concerned about her brothers, especially the one who seems to be really into just harming themselves. Not the one that fell into the trap as much, just the one that, just fell into a trap and then harmed themselves.
I wasn't certain which one you were referring to as, because like both of your brothers are in a bad state right now.
They are. It's not her favorite thing. But she's just gonna kind of do what she's always done and just kind of try to just keep aware of what's happening. And he's in the best doctor's hands that she knows of, so she's not too worried. She's just gonna keep an eye on the woods because there's monsters possibly or whatever, and this is not where she wants to be to fight said monsters, but we'll see what happens.
Well, we will indeed see what happens. And speaking of people that she's concerned about, hey Simon, how are you? And how's Kadern feeling as we start tonight off?
Kadern is feeling confident that he can burn the forest to the ground if need be. So that's fine.
Right, that's one of Brenna's concerns too. Yeah, cool. Thanks for reminding me.
I mean, it's a good concern to have. Like, I know I can do it, so. But Simon is a little late to the party tonight. And I may have to get up like once more during the game, but yeah. Otherwise, I'm good.
It's all good.
And whatever happens tonight, now that Book of Tales is released, I have like 500 concepts for other characters. So
yes, this is where we say hashtag not sponsored, but if you go to our dear friends over at Artelsorian Games, the link is in chat for you. Book of Tales, a new book for the Witcher universe, TTRPG, has just been released. We all stand in awe of Jay Gray, the communications, marketing, fabulous person who is the Twitter person of Artelsorian. Love you, Jay. Who somehow managed to miraculously time the drop of Book of Tales to coincide exactly with the release of of Netflix's new Witcher TV teaser trailer, and you're like,
Wait, I thought that the dropping of the book was timed to coincide with our show.
No, he did that. It started on Monday, so he didn't do that. The book came on Monday.
Well, I mean...
And this show takes place on Wednesday, which is 2 days of full salivation.
Yes. But it is a great book. Adventure, pre-written adventures, and I'm going to just share, because it's one of my favorite things in the entire Witcher universe. There are stats for Vron, people. We could play a Vron.
No. There's an Aardvark fighting ring.
Yes, there is art for the Aardvark fighting ring, and it is gorgeous.
Yeah.
I want to see an Aardvark fighting ring.
There is also werebubs. That is all I need to say. Werebubs are there. We can now play werebubs. Moving on. But there are currently no Vron or werebubs or gnomes, at least in this section of the forests of Batina, outside of Passwacht Castle, east towards the pass that leads from Matina into Toussaint. Set away
within vision of the castle gates.
Yes, within vision of the castle gates. And set back a ways, however, because you didn't want to be immediately seen. And we open as the day is... We are currently, based on the way things have begun, actually on... I have it right here. The first Gwenair of Blythe. 4 days till Beltane, and the new moon on Beltane. And we begin where we left off. A fire in the woods. Ardzo, Ianto, Brenna, and Kadern. You've treated Ianto. He is now in the treated condition. Not just stabilized, but actually treated. And because of the way this is working and the math I actually did and the way stats I actually looked at, you're counted as being in a complex crit right now, Trooper. So Ianto will take a -1 to all verbal
Verbal skills.
All verbal skills and technically magical skills, but you don't have any. So is a complex crit, so it is treated, but that means that you need a certain amount of days to be recovered. What is your body score?
Physique or endurance?
Your body.
Body doesn't have a score.
Your stat.
6.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was like, what? But I see it.
It's based on your body stat. So your body stat is a 6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you will be suffering from this penalty for 6 days. Because it is a complex crit.
Be way worse. Way worse.
Yes.
That'd be that might have been better. What is the current day? What number is it?
It is on blue if you are on the calendar, it is day 122.
Thank you.
So 6 days, inclusive counting.
Okay.
But it is perhaps maybe just about noontime, given the time that you all to have your morning to determine where things were, to eventually find Ianto, to treat Ianto. But you are all there, and what would you like to do in these trees as they look out?
Well, Yanto's unconscious, and people are doing, things. So Brenna's just keeping alert of their surroundings, just probably pacing around the little camp we have set up, keeping an eye out in the woods. Witcher stuff.
Since we're in the woods, actually, Kadern would take a bit of time to look around and try to find, if there are any herbs or flowers that would be of interest to me. I don't go out much, but when I do, it's not for pleasure, it's for business.
I have a question. Simon,
Yeah.
Did you just say that your character goes out for business? Because my character also goes out for business. Goes out on dates for business. So I did not know our characters had that much in common, but it makes sense considering how your character's abs and also pants.
Ianto, we have much in common if you would only let me talk to you.
Well,
Let me in!
So then, Kadern, could you go ahead and roll Wilderness Survival?
Yeah, sure. Oh, 16.
That's not bad. Wait, hold on.
Because normally my foraging is done
Mhm.
at the market.
Yes.
Oh.
So I only identify plants by like what they look like in a book.
I feel like that's not how
Just
foraging
let Brenna
works.
know if you need some help foraging for things
Because
sometime.
we're elves, and
Mm.
Yeah,
we do that.
I'll have elves. Witcher.
Yeah, but-
You will find. Roll me 46.
It's just that right now Brenna seems to be on watch duty, so I wouldn't want you to
Be distracted.
abandon your post.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. But like another time, when
Oh,
we
yeah.
don't have unconscious people.
Yeah. 12.
You will find 3 units of crow's eye. 3 units of celadine. 5 units of hellebore, because fuck hellebores all over the place.
Wait, how much celadine?
3.
3.
3, and then
Hellebore petals, you have 5.
I don't think anyone needs hellebore. I feel like nobody needs that.
I need a couple hella fun petals.
Oh,
And you will also find 1 unit of wolfsbane.
Awesome possum.
Arthur's gonna take some time with unconscious Ianto and try to figure out what happened.
I believe that would be a deduction, sir.
$17.
Well, it's really not hard for someone of your medical professional to ascertain that the gentleman attempted to cut his own tongue out and did not succeed. He got about halfway through and failed when he passed out. Which probably
Okay,
saved his life, because then he ended up not fully cutting the artery that's in his mouth.
Yep, and that's real close to your brain.
Mm-hmm.
All you science folks out there. How's obviously there's a lot of blood loss. Obviously, he's past critical condition. He's just suffering from the big time critical. How
And he's wearing peasant's clothes.
Oh yeah,
and
he's wearing
which are
peasant's
covered in blood.
Yeah, he's wearing peasant's clothes. You might be slightly concerned about the fact that he did, burn the knife in the fire, but it's like a peasant's wood hunter's knife, so you have no idea what's been on that shit at all. It's
Probably some silly stuff.
lots of things that you don't want to think about.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he smells. No, let me rephrase that. He stinks horribly.
Stinks of body odor or like detritus?
Alcohol as well, like
Okay.
a bunch of booze.
Booze, blood, detritus, shit. All of the above.
Peasant
Okay.
stuff.
All right. Mentally, he's going to ask himself, who is this Ianto? Who is this person? And he's going to try to piece together why he would choose peasant clothes and smell like this to perhaps to escape the town. And he's going to try to piece together that puzzle. But knowing that he's stable, I also want to forage around for maybe some fungus with antibacterial properties for things that may come after.
Yeah, okay.
Later, after this moment.
So what you're looking for specifically is you want to find components for sterilizing fluid?
Antibiotic.
basically sterilizing fluid.
The sterilizing fluid, yeah. I mean, because
In the long dark, it's old man's breath. You just
yeah. It's a bunch of moss.
Such boss.
So sterilizing fluid is that one and that one. Hold on. Could you roll me wilderness survival?
Yes.
Ooh. All right. So you will find the hard one to find is Kalium, but you crit a lot. So with for Kalium, you will find roll me a d6. Or excuse me, roll me a d10. Sorry. 3. You'll find 3 units of Brionia. And then using that same wilderness survival roll, you need Quibith, which is roll me a d6.
Got it.
4, you'll find 4 units of Optima Mater.
Okay, so 3 Brionia
Mm-hmm.
and 4 Optima Mater.
Mm-hmm.
Lucky me.
Indeed. I know that you're looking around, Brenna, could you roll me awareness, please?
Yeah, I'm looking for possible danger
Mm-hmm.
because, you know.
Also high voltage.
Yes. 18.
It's quiet. There's
Not
nothing-
unnaturally so.
Not unnaturally so, but it's almost odd
Mm-hmm.
because it's the start of spring. You'd expect a few, like you see a few birds, but you'd expect a few more.
What type of birds?
Just various.
Varied? Cool.
Yeah.
Not just like, oh, look,
Not
there's
just crows.
like 6 crows hanging out. Like,
No,
that's
no,
kind of sus. Cool.
It's you know, there are a couple like robins and a couple orioles and you know, a few, but you don't see a lot of the smaller like squirrels or chipmunks or rabbits. It's almost a lot of like
odd.
a lot of the small prey animals are not in the area.
Yeah, that's okay. Good to know that there's something eating up all the small prey in the area. That's fine. It's probably not a bruxa. That's probably something else. Just keep my eyes out. Feel like, please let there be a bunny.
I feel like
Maybe we'll
Bruxa
get
don't
some
eat
squirrels.
squirrels, right? Like Bruxa don't eat
I
squirrels.
feel like only desperate bruxa eat squirrels.
Oh, because I feel like we should be fine. Who eats squirrels and rabbits? And...
Well, we eat squirrels and rabbits.
So it's just
sometimes.
us then. Oh,
But
fine.
we haven't eaten any squirrels and rabbits.
Oh.
And there should be some. This is a big old forest. Yeah, there's some eating things. Cool. You. It's just high alert. Walking around our little clearing. That's all.
Probably about now, Ianto will begin to rouse. Ianto, you can... It's gonna hurt to talk at the moment, because you just had your mouth healed, but it's physically possible.
Hmm.
It's not a good place to be, but it's possible.
With my eyes closed, I sort of take stock of my body, right? Like before you, like, I don't just like sit up, open my eyes and be like, hey, everybody, like on the ground. I sort of like, because the last time I remembered there was like cauterization. I was looking into Ardzo's eyes as he cauterized my wound. It was very romantic. And so I'm just going to assess my body. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when you kind of like, you sit there and you think, do my toes hurt? Like what parts of my body hurt? Like, but most importantly for Ianto, what's my tongue doing? Right? Like, is it there? What's it doing? Before I sort of open my eyes.
It's there. It hurts.
Mm.
And literally, there's so much pain, and like, it's that low level. And you know, right now you haven't done anything to exacerbate it, so it hurts, but it's fading pain. And
But
that's
the tip
only
of my
pain.
tongue is still there.
Oh yeah, your tongue's still in your mouth.
Yep. That's what he wanted to assess. If his tongue.
You know, if you
It's
might
still
have had content warning for all of this discussion. You know, if you've ever had like mouth surgery,
Yeah.
you know, like your wisdom teeth pulled out or something.
Yeah.
It's that level of, you know, your mouth is swollen and hurts, and everything's there, but it hurts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I do my assessment. From where I'm at, with my eyes closed, on the ground, I imagine I can feel the ground beneath me.
And the fire next to you is still burning.
Okay, I can feel the fire next to me. Do I have a sense of who is around me and how close?
You will have to roll an awareness for that, and you're going to take a -2 because you can't see them.
That is fine.
Also, you're, you know, trying to be stealthy about it, I'm assuming?
No, not really. Just like, you know, when you wake up, you're just like, okay, wait, like, is somebody like touching my shoulder? Or like, do I hear, it's just kind of like that sort of like a general,
Yeah.
He's not trying to be stealthy in terms of like trying to pretend like he's sleeping, but it's just sort of like when you sort of are rousing yourself to that moment, trying to get a sense of your bearings. But you know, life hurts a little bit, so you're not just popping up with your eyes and all that business. 21.
Well, how far did Kadern and Ardzo go in their search for stuff?
I mean, I'm going to go with whatever you have in mind. He's like the maximum, the farthest I would go from camp is earshot. Like if I cease to hear like the fire, for example, I'll double that.
So you don't want to be by yourself in the forest where no one can see and hear you.
Where there's no small game about.
Where there's no small game about, and you have no allies. Weird.
No, I can be where no one can see me, just not when no one can hear me.
Yeah, they have to be able to hear you scream, possibly. Or the body hit the floor, at least. You know.
All of these are important things to do.
Mm-hmm.
So we can say that it's a small clearing, right, that you pulled yourself back to. So you might be just beyond the tree line or around the trees, but close enough that you could still see and possibly be heard. Brenna, we're like doing a watch inside the clearing, I'm assuming.
Yeah, just like walking in circles around the.
Are you keeping? Just for my information, are you keeping track of everyone else as well?
Yes. That I'm trying to, because especially if Kadern went outside of the circle, definitely being like, okay, I hear a thud or a scream from this direction. Okay, now this direction. Just keeping tabs in case they get ganked.
And then, Ardzo, where are you?
I've come back from scavenging to observe Ianto.
How close are you?
Not physical contact, but personal space. So like within 3 to 5 feet.
So I can sense Ardzo near me. I probably can't sense wherever Kadern is, but I can probably hear Brenna sort of on patrol. I think I would roll to my side, right away from the fire, so that I can push myself upwards. Right, because you don't want to just like, I just feel like my abs are probably a little tired right now, and I probably don't want to just like, just to the side, and then it's a little bit easier getting up in that position, and then kind of like just move myself up, head down, and opening my eyes to sort of confirm what I saw, but also somebody's missing. Kadarn's not here. So it kind of just like opening my eyes to kind of see what is happening.
Try not to move. You will break the work I have done. Don't talk either, please, because if you do, you might undo the work I have done and start bleeding all over again. So we'll have to find some more efficient way to communicate.
And he sort of waves that thought off, like that seems to be like the least important thing at this moment. And he looks to Brenna as she is patrolling, and as he does so, he just kind of puts his hand and he sort of pats Ardzo to just, as opposed to sort of make him feel better. I don't know if he needs to be made to feel better, but sort of just kind of like a I would say it's a comforting pat, but it's not like a, oh, they're there, but more like a, it's okay, right? It's not a nurturing, comforting pat, but sort of like a, I have just been unconscious for a while, but I'm not dying, and don't worry, I'm not going to disobey your orders, sort of a pat, while he looks to see what Brenna's doing. And notice that she's all dressed in like full-on Witcher gear, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is she doing?
Walking, just pacing around in a circle, and focusing more attention on the side that Kadarn is currently off gathering in, whichever side that may happen to be, just in case, there's a scream or a thud, that kind of thing. Just looking very serious. She's got her serious Witcher face on, which Ianto's seen a couple times, like there's concerns, and I'm looking out for them.
And Ianto's going to look at Ardzo and point to Brenna with that sort of questioning look, like, what's going on? Like, that kind of like, question mark.
I can't imagine. I guess it depends on what you are concerned about the most. But we had, been alerted to your leaving, and I don't know how to put this, but we it was threat level midnight, and we got all of our stuff together and came out to find you.
And he points to Brenna again, right? And sort of thinks about it and sort of gives us sort of like questioning look, and then gestures with like a stabbing gesture pointing to her, like,
do you want me to kill Brenda? No, okay. Is somebody trying to kill Brenda? I don't think so. Do you want me to ask her? Okay. Brenda.
Also?
Is somebody trying to kill you?
I assume so. I mean, I thought that vampire bruxa, the Deschalon lady who left with this entourage of 6-headed East. So probably past this point by now, so.
Okay, so it is safe.
Also, there are
to-
no small game about in the forest, so something's eating them. It's probably a monster.
That explains how I was able to find the herbs that I found, because no small game to eat them. Ianto, the answer is yes. Someone is trying to kill her. Probably, she assumes it is. That is the case. How are you? Why are you dressed?
He tries to make that because if I remember correctly, the brooks that we saw had like these massively huge claws, like kind of creepy claws, right? Did the brooks have any kind of distinctive face shapes besides creepy claws, long creepy claws?
Well, you didn't see a lot of it because it spent a whole lot of time invisible.
It did.
It did.
It sure did.
I think I saw it when it almost killed me. There was that moment. Just like
yeah,
big ol'.
it had long, the teeth and the hair, and it was very obviously female, but it was elongated and looked not human in a way.
Did it look like it needed a sandwich? Like it needed to eat?
It looked like a 90s Calvin Klein model with really long acrylic nails.
Yeah. Needs to eat. Yeah. Needs a sandwich. It needs to like a little bit of mangiare, have some pasta. So
like 4 or 5 courses, it's fine.
It's yeah. You know, get my dad to come and feed the Brooks lots of pasta, and then we should be fine. So Ianto makes the gesture, right, like the long claws and the face to right, just because she had just mentioned the Bruxa to Ardso, and then like points to here.
I have not seen what you must be referencing since the attack in the bedroom, but I do know that one has attacked the captain of the guard, Constantine. But that is not why we're out here. That is still a concern. But we came after you. You left rather abruptly, and it did not seem, personally speaking, like you. So, I am a little concerned, a little worried. Pardon me for being so brash.
And you can tell Ianto's thinking about the situation, and then sort of looks around and makes an abs gesture and sort of like a questioning, like a...
Yeah, that would be the ideal time for Kadarin to come back in, just saying.
Oh, hey, you're awake.
And he doesn't look dead either, right? So he seems fine. And then I'm like, just like thinking about, and it's just a little awkward because everyone's here in this clearing, and Ianto finds us a little awkward. Like, what are we all doing here? Why are we all here?
Making sure you don't bleed to death in the middle of the woods. Maybe.
You seem confused. Let me repeat again. We all came after you. I don't know if you need me to say that louder. We were all concerned because you seemed unlike you.
And there's like a little bit of irritation with that, but also he doesn't have anything to say in response to it. He cannot speak, but also it's not that it's like he doesn't quite know how to respond to that, right? So he doesn't have he doesn't have a response to that. Like he hears it, and he, like whatever he would say would take too much complication to say, right? So he just kind of like furrows his brow, and
Yeah, between the bruxa, which hopefully left the region, no guarantees though, and the curse that was teleported into the targeted curse that was teleported into the castle. You know, we just were concerned about you leaving without saying anything.
he waves
Want
his
to
hand.
make sure you weren't cursed.
Makes 2. He says, the first one was like that.
2 curses. 1. Come here. Brenna has not played charades, and I don't think is very good at this game.
Yeah.
Her human perception
is low.
not
And he turns to
particularly
Ardzo, and he says, he makes these 2 gestures, right? This one is.
Oh, bruxa. Yes,
First bruxa, yeah.
first the
Second.
bruxa, and then what, the curse, the targeted yes. So I was speaking with Javic, and a letter was teleported in. Very fancy, addressed to him, very special inks. I looked to see if it had a seal, to see who it was from, if it was important, if I should get him. And I collapsed unconscious. I made it to the hallway at least first. Although it may have been better for Javic if I just collapsed there. But this is the same curse that drains the life force from people, same as the one back in the village.
He looks sort of a little bit confused by your description of this thing. He's like,
Yes, you sleep and the life force is drained from you while you sleep.
Excuse me, what?
Yes.
and
that
like
is-
and Ianto has the same sort of look on his face as Ardzo is the what?
your life, your power
You
Your
don't
energy
okay. I'm
is
pretty sure he can hear
drained.
you.
is sucked from your body.
You don't have to.
The spell.
Mhm.
You both
Mhm.
looked confused, so I'm looking just back and forth between the two of you.
I'm a little surprised because
You also
I
succumbed to the curse, yes, but
yes,
you
I
were
did
awake
not know
before.
that part of the curse.
You didn't-
before
it
I
was
made
talked
myself-
about. Oh, well, you may not have. I think you were fighting werewolves or something. You were saving your brother at the time when that was discussed, maybe.
Like and Ianto,
Um,
just like Ardzo, is looking confused as to this element of the curse, which is like, what? This is new information.
Yes,
need
I'm just
a
glad
minute.
that Stu. I'm just glad that Stu was able to wake you up.
Give me a moment, please. Arzo's going to turn around. He's going to punch a tree and yell really loud.
Roll brawling, please.
What?
Just for sake of our.
Because he was not privy to this information before
I
he
feel like I was dealing
before
with a
he-
lot of shit at that
he
time.
he put himself on the line to experiment
Yeah,
with this. I'm going to look at the
I
letter.
thought you,
all
I'm
the stuff
sorry,
he did.
also. I thought you knew. A lot had happened, and people kept falling asleep and getting cursed and uncursed, and it was a lot to deal with at the time.
So and then Ianto points to Brenna.
Yes, I fell under the curse, and then also figured out it was the same curse. But before people were able to wake me, Javic succumbed to the curse. Because I would have warned them if that was the case. And then we very carefully moved the letter out of the room and covered it so no one could look at it, because it was very potent. And then Arzo and Kadan went to look at it up in the upper chambers where we brought Javic, and Arzo succumbed to the curse, and Kadan was able to open the letter and find some components and was beginning to study it to see if we could figure out more about who cast it or how we could stop it or ward against it possibly. Kadan's studying it. Javic
Was
No.
studying it.
was. But we got, distracted because we got concerned about you. It's a long beard.
What?
Oh, what was his name? The really hot priest that was supposed to be dead. Yes.
Who?
Baldwin.
And Ianto nods like, yes, that's who I'm talking about. Hot priest with a beard.
It's-
Yes.
It could have been Baldwin. But it was teleported in. No one actually came into the castle. The letter itself is I saw a flash and it was targeted. It was addressed specifically to Javic with his formal name, though. So it's quite concerning. It seems that maybe I'm considering that possibly the whole attack on the village may have been partially to target Javic in that case.
And Ianto nods like,
But also it could be anyone he's associated with, so it could be myself, you, also at this point it might have broadened the horizons since we stopped it in the village.
Oh, did we really stop it?
In the village we did, yes. The curse is curse-free, as of when I left.
Well, clearly it did not take
Doesn't mean
that
it's
much
not gotten
energy
cursed
to
again
start
since.
back up. I'm sorry for my tone, but I am a little upset, okay? You'll have to forgive me.
I will. I'm not upset by it. I'm sorry you are upset.
and if Arzo's at all within reaching distance, Ianto will just pat at him again. That same kind of pat that he did earlier. A kind of
Reassuring.
a reassuring pat. Like it's not a pat that says, don't be upset, but it's a pat's like, I get why you're upset. Like it's that kind of a pat. Like it's a solidarity pat.
I guess now I'm a little more invested, but that also reveals how selfish I am.
Or it just kind of shrugs like, wow. Yeah.
And so and Ianto gestures for Brenna to continue the story.
I mean, and then, we had to study it, and then we were like, well, Ianto went missing, and he said he was going to go to the southwest, which would be good because the bruxa, which is, I suspect, is Lady Deschalon and her entourage of 6, because when Constantine was attacked by said bruxa, I went to investigate the crime scene. There were 6 people nearby just watching, and then I found out that Lady Deschalon only travels with an entourage of 6 as well. I lost the trail, though, but I assume if they're headed back to her estate, they would have headed this direction, east, along the road.
And so then he sort of like makes this sort of gesture for this area. It's like,
well, there's no small game in this area. No rabbits, no squirrels, no hedgehogs, nothing.
Would the Deschalons / a traveling entourage of Bruxa eat all of the small creatures?
I hope her entourage are not all bruxas. That would be not good.
There's a lot up in the air here.
There's a lot up in the air. I'm hoping they're just people she's coerced or convinced to go along with her schemes.
Is that...
People are just easier to deal with.
How do bruxas work? It's in a social setting.
They look like very beautiful women until they want to eat you, typically.
Are any of them cooks?
Elsa's not a bruxa.
Okay.
I would know if that was the case. I watched her grow up, and I had her check on you, make you stew. So, because she didn't wake you, but the stew did. So that is
wait,
something
what?
to keep in mind. Yeah, I had her kiss you to try to wake you to break the curse, and it didn't exactly work. You stirred, but you didn't wake up all the way, and so then I had her make some stew and then feed it to you, and that woke you up.
Well, I feel like an awful person. Because is it not true love that breaks that curse, or a kiss of some sort?
Well, it has to be someone with a very strong emotional connection. However,
Strong emotion.
unless you break the curse's source, it is only a chance of breaking via that other method. The other method is really just a roll of the dice, you could say.
Okay, well.
Whereas breaking the curse at its source is how you definitely break it.
We are learning. I have more knowledge now than I did. But feel like a piece of shit because Elsa did not wake me up. But her stew did, which makes me feel even shittier.
I'm just glad it woke you up. I was getting a little concerned because I didn't know who else I was going to bring in to kiss. I was going to have to look for Ianto by myself. I don't know if that.
Why would you look for Ianto?
You two are really good friends for a long time. That's a strong
So-
emotional connection.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
That was smart. Good job.
Thank you. I have those smart thoughts on occasion.
And then Ianto just points to Brenna and points to Ardzo.
I've only known Arzo for like a month.
And she clearly did not tell me that curse would have sucked my life away had I fallen to sleep.
Thought you
so
knew.
I
I apologize in advance. Now everyone here knows that the curse slowly drains your life.
And then Ardzo points to
At various
Kadarn,
speeds.
like to make sure that he also knows. Mhm.
Kadan has heard what we're saying. I assume he knows. As long as he's listening. And he's studying the curse, so.
As much as I can.
Then he gestures to Kadarn to like continue.
Well, the curse is linked to a
Spell? you said?
magical symbol. Yeah, probably a spell contained within a symbol. Back when you were at this village, that is one big cat.
It's a werecat.
That's where all
Yeah.
the small game has gone.
All gone. Small game. Eaten by
Hails
cat.
munched them all.
Back in that little backwater town you were in, Brenna basically ended the curse by destroying the symbol, which was drawn on a candle or carved on a candle.
Like, what part is like, don't really talk about this to people.
And Yanto's like, wait, when did this happen? Right? Yanto's trying to like figure out when this happened. It's like,
Brenna is suddenly off looking for signs of beasts in the forest in case one should happen to appear. This would be great timing for a monster to appear, is all Brenna's thinking.
and Yanto's like, wait a minute, there was a candle in that house. Then I died almost again. That was another one of those moments where I almost died. When I woke up, I don't think it was there anymore.
No,
Hold
you
on.
weren't there. You weren't there when you
I was there
woke
at
up.
one point. I was knocked unconscious at one point in time.
You were knocked unconscious and then taken out of
Almost
the
died.
house, and then
Well, knocked
yeah,
unconscious.
you don't know
I-
what happened. You
yeah.
don't know what happened to that candle.
Because to
Not follow
Kadarn, not telling people means
Yeah.
not telling anyone outside of this
Yes,
circle.
that is correct.
No,
Yeah.
don't mention this to anybody.
And he's like, you can tell Yanto's trying to like thinking about this candle situation, is like pondering this candle.
So all that
Look,
to
in the
say,
forest, it's just a
I have the
bird.
symbol with me,
No drop.
and I need to try to figure things out. It's
And he like makes
complicated.
the gesture. He's like,
Oh, you want to see it? Oh, yes. Well, the seal itself was what was causing the problem. The drawing is this one.
You just had to get past the seal to see that.
I look at this thing. I mean, Yanto has no magical training, but he'd like to look at it anyway. Sort of, I think he'd like to maybe roll fine arts
Go right ahead.
to sort of assess its whatever you could tell from the artistic value, because he doesn't know magic, but he knows crafting and fine arts. I assume this will be fine arts. I'm gonna. I have. This will be empathy. I think it'll be empathy.
It's a craft.
It will be fine arts or craft.
It'll be fine arts. Sorry.
Okay, so that'll be an empathy +1. That's a save. That's not what I wanted. Okay, I'm gonna.
You have a fine arts check. It's right under seduction.
Yeah.
It is,
just
but it has a
that.
specialization in it. So let me just.
So
do
you're
a-
so if it's not your
do a
specialization, it's
base.
just regular fine arts.
Yeah, let me just do a base. There we go. Because it doesn't exist by itself. All right, and then with a +1 because I'm an elf. 15.
It's a really well drawn snowdrop on a field of runes that look I mean, the hand that did it was very skilled, but it's not art. This is by no means. It's not. This is some sort of. It's a pen and ink drawing, and sigils around it.
Can I tell anything from the art? Like, so could I tell if does it have a regional style to it? Or can I tell something about the person from their penmanship? Do I get a sense of, or like the quality of inks, paper, that kind of thing? Like any kind of like a provenance or
well, I mean,
personality?
It's, you're not going to be able to tell personality. It's not there's no emotion in this. This isn't art that has emotion. This is art. This is.
Well, because when people do it with handwriting analysis, right? They can be like, oh,
yeah, but this isn't that. This is like trying to do handwriting analysis on someone's quadratic equations. Right? It's a mathematical proof is what you're looking at.
Right.
And really high level calculus.
But I think Ianto has a point, though. The paper that it's written on might give us a clue.
Yeah, thinking like paper, ink. It's vellum. Yep.
It's parchment.
Yep.
It's truly parchment.
But I suppose I think in terms of like the strokes, like you have to like presumably this is presumably this is a quill pen if this is pen and ink. Right, that it was, or is it not done with a quill?
You cannot determine. You can tell that it's done in pen and ink, but you can't determine what type of pen.
Okay, because usually with a quill, the
yes, you can determine the style and stroke order, but you can't on this right now.
Okay.
It's.
So was it? Oh,
sorry. Go ahead.
Was it just the seal that was the gold and black, or was it also the circle?
The circle is just black, but the address on the front, on the other side, on the address side, that has, because remember, it's a folded piece of parchment, and the sigil with the snowdrop and pen and ink on the inside, and the circle on the inside. The parchment itself was folded into itself, and the address was written on the outside of this thing. So the addressed Javic in his full complete name with all of his titles, addressed to His Royal Highness, blah 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 blah. Javic of Redania, son of Radovid, brother to blah 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 blah. Moving on, because I blanked on the brother that inherits the throne's name.
Wasn't it also another Radovid?
No. Radovid the second comes much later. It starts with a D. I want to think it's like, it's not Duncan, but it's DUC or something like that. DAC.
Something like that.
Yeah. And that's in dual gold and black, and it's high level calligraphy, like almost. Book of Kells level of illuminated calligraphy, right? But the inside, just the image on the inside, is not artistically expressive at all. It's... If we were to be looking at it, you might even say that there's a level of pointless realism to this snowdrop. It's done in shading in such a way to give a level of visual representation that wants to be truly real, not just representational or stylistic or artistic, but I truly almost Oh, Simon, you didn't ask them.
Okay, so I still have two questions.
Yes, you still have two questions. You never asked them.
Okay.
By the way, just one of the things in terms of the stroke, I mean, I think one of the questions is this a confident stroke, or is this, I guess, like if you're doing quadratic equations and you know your math, you've done it a lot, then it's going to look, there's like a...
Oh, no, this is someone who, this is a professional, this is part of what Kadarn will tell you if you, like, as he talks about it as a spell. There's no hesitation in this.
Okay.
This is some masterwork level.
This is somebody who's done this a lot.
Yes. But this is like looking at someone's architectural designs or you know, engineering designs for a nuclear submarine engine.
Yeah, but it's not somebody. It's like a. It's not a. What do you call it? Like a. It's not a scribe who's not done this before. It's
No,
somebody
this
like,
is not somebody copying this, or even, you know, a student learning this for the first time.
This is somebody who does this. Like this is a.
Yes,
like,
they know what they're
confidently
doing. And every stroke is intentional because it's all part of the spell. And that's it's and that's the other thing is it's all intentional. Everything part of it is intentional. Even the representation of the snowdrop and its shading to give a more almost photorealistic understanding is
But
intentional.
I would imagine if I did it even intentionally, it would not look this good. I bet it would look bad. That's what I would imagine, right?
I can have no control over that.
Yeah, because I don't, you know, I'm not a mage. He will look at the back end of the parchment if Kaderin would allow. So then I can see like the black and the gold, and this is clearly with a quill because of the way that the ink sort of fades.
This is clearly with a quill, and it's very clearly, for those of you who've done very high-level calligraphy, if you get and it's probably not actually a quill, you're looking at a tip, a fountain pen tip, because what you've got is it's dual reservoir, almost, so that when you have the brush stroke, or the you know, stroke of the tip, you have, it's such that it's in both gold and black at the same time, and it's overlapping each other, but they're not muddled together or mixed together. It's not like it's marbled or anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Do I know anything about this particular style of calligraphy? Of like where it might be more popular than others? Like to like.
No, it's written in Nordling. But that doesn't mean anything because it's addressed to a Nordling prince.
Yeah.
And this level of ostentation is
universal.
I mean, there's a lot of ostentation that can go from, you know, this is not like a little pissant, you know, low-level baron or something. You know.
No. But what I meant is like ostentatious people in the north write the same way as ostentatious people in the south. You
can't determine that.
Okay.
There's nothing. You know, it's somebody who is very ostentatious in all of this. It's addressed in Nordling, but because it's Javic's full name, but that doesn't, and it's addressed in the Nordling styling, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything because you might be. There's nothing in the handwriting itself that gives itself away. Okay, so there's not regional variance in that way to make it be able to tell, like, oh, that's in the calligraphy style of this place or that place. Okay. No, it's not like the difference between Nelson or you know, what is the French one called? The French cursive versus American versus English cursive, and
so he looks at it in both sides and recognizes he really can't tell anything from it at all, and he sort of hands it back to Kaderin. And just sort of shrugs his shoulders with a like I you know, like I don't know anything about it. And he kind of just sort of like shrugs like a, you know, like a sorry as he hands it back to you.
You did raise an interesting point earlier, Brenna.
Yes.
If Javic is targeted, because you know
that's
who
a letter
wouldn't
addressed
want
to
to
you
hurt Javic
and delivered to your room with a potent curse does seem a little bit targeted. Yes.
And then the village. Who would have known that Javic was there?
At the village?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't know who people contacts or and the like.
Can't really go into listing all the potential enemies that Javic could have made himself, because we will probably still be here in a year. But I'm going to
assume that Ianto's pouty face is obvious to everybody.
Oh yeah, I was sort of like, what do you mean he has lots of enemies? That makes no sense. Like it's just like it's
Why
like,
do you think he's in a village in the middle of nowhere?
Because he does things that explode, clearly.
Maybe a little column A, a little column B.
I mean, the nice part about Ianto not really being able to speak is I can say anything I want about Javic.
He just pouts. He just pouts at you.
Yeah.
What was that?
Brent just nods like, this makes sense. Yep.
I mean, I could probably ask the people at Banard, but it might raise some suspicions, especially if his enemy is someone from
Banard. Yeah.
This might be a little absurd to ask, but we don't happen to know any non-mages who are versed in curses or sorceresses or anyone like that who has not gone through an official institution who is capable of such.
And Ianto
Witches
nods.
probably, but
And then just
none around here.
Ianto just points at you.
I've done what I can. I don't know anything else. I didn't specialize in magic. That's the school of the Griffin.
And Ianto sort of is like, okay. Because the schools have just been founded, 10 years earlier? They're fairly new, and I suppose people don't necessarily know all the the details of all of the schools, I would imagine.
Yeah.
We know that there are schools, but I imagine they don't have massively
That's
different
not
differentiated
the cat
reputations yet. Yeah.
Look, nobody knows that the cat school is taking, and cat school hasn't started even taking personal assassinations.
Brenda doesn't
yet,
even know that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they haven't become
he's
desperate.
like, our speciality is fast fighting style.
Okay.
That's what she would say at this point.
I'm a civilian. I don't know.
So, yeah. That's not the cat school. I mean, there might be someone at the school who knows more, but it's not a guarantee. Especially if this is new magic or new curse.
Before I was so rudely interrupted by a transdimensional enemy, I may know.
Has no idea what's going on.
I may know of a proficient enough mage, who might know a tad more on this circle. Unfortunately, I will have to take the mundane route there.
There's this mage.
Ianto points to Brenna that was my question.
Oh, he lives in what's the name of that place again?
He lives in that place,
Kagan?
Or yonder.
It's Oriander, the village?
No,
Oriander.
the village of Kagan?
That's southern.
Kagan.
And Ianto looks with a question mark.
Is it Iskander?
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's how I found you, Ianto. I
found you separately from Arto and I. Arto and I just tracked.
Yeah, and I used the superior method.
You got here first.
And then Ianto washes this conversation away
superior?
For a moment and points at Kadern and points and said,
What? You want me to stab? Me stab? No? Wait.
That is a universal sign for stabbing. I just can confirm.
Yeah, me? You want me?
and so to pretend to be you, he puts on your air.
Yeah.
Your air. But he's still sitting down because he's not standing up right now. And then he kind of places you on the in space.
Yeah. Okay. I'm there. I'm.
And then he sneaks up behind you. He doesn't actually move, but he just kind of makes that little sneaking gesture and then stabs at the little figure of you, the little invisible figure.
you will eventually backstab me. Okay, noted.
I think he's worried about assassins.
Oh, I don't think they're assassins. I don't think they're subtle at all. It's you know that old wives' tale, the wild hunt. That they show up whenever there's about to be like a massive amount of death or
That's what you said when you meant
cataclysm
transdimensional enemies.
Well, they're not from here.
So that is what you meant. You meant the wild hunt.
I certainly did not mean anyone from before the conjunction.
Okay, all right. But
Though it could be. I don't really know if they're native from here or not.
Wild hunt is after you?
Oh, either after me or after Ianto. They interrupted our little seance into looking into Ianto. So I could probably be safe in Ianto. You have an army of very angry black armored people after you.
Based on some things that I know, I don't think it's Ianto. I think they might be after you.
I have never done anything bad my whole life.
I don't believe that.
Do I know anything about the wild hunt?
Yeah, same.
You could roll me monster lore. Okay. Ianto can roll monster. Anyone who wants can roll monster lore. Brenna can roll Witcher training.
Witcher training.
I
Cool.
probably don't know.
I'm going to intentionally fail that roll just because I've lived in the woods for forever.
Okay.
I lived in cities most of my life. I don't really know monsters.
What one?
17. If I know anything, it's probably just like old wives' tales or some such. Just, what I learned as a kid, maybe.
So
What did I learn in Witcher school?
I'm gonna tell you you learned in Witcher school.
Oh, great.
I didn't learn in the Witcher school.
You did not
My
learn
formal
anything in Witcher school.
education is Witcher school.
So
School of stabs.
here's what everyone knows. Okay?
Wonderful.
We're gonna start with we're going to start with what they are what Ianto believes about the wild hunt. They are the peasants and folktales describe horses and riders in black, tall and naturally so, with skeletal armor. Cold rides in front of them and around them. They are wraiths of undead galloping, across the sky, and they serve as omens of war. People disappear, they die mysteriously. If you hear the howls in the night during the winter time, the hunt is crossing. You want to go run home, but if they ever catch you, it won't matter how far or how fast you run, the hunt will always catch you. They are, that's what you know. They are creepy folktales. But they hop in frequently enough that it's not like Santa Claus, right? It's like...
Boogeyman.
So I suppose I'll just ask this question. This is
more like, there are wolves in these mountains. Don't piss them off.
Yeah. So they're folk tales, but Ianto's a folk. So I imagine Ianto's doesn't disbelieve folk tales because Ianto is a folk. So I imagine that if you're a folk and you hear these, imagine he thinks the wild hunt is real. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But here's the thing: people know the wild hunt is real. They don't know what they are.
Yeah. But it's not like Santa Claus. People are like, there's no real Santa Claus.
No.
It's like people think there is definitely a real thing.
Yeah.
You don't want to see them.
It's more like. It's more like
there are banshees in the woods and we know it's true. We know there are banshees in the woods, and if you hear them keening, that's real bad. That's a bad thing.
It just means somebody in your family's dying. It's fine. A woman in your family is dead, probably. It gets fuzzy. But they happen frequently enough, and their appearance is frequent enough across the continent that you would have. It's not just some
localized
folktale. It's not a localized folktale. It's prevalent, and the descriptions are usually consistent. There's variation.
There is a wild hunt. They will chase you down, and
there's a wild hunt. They will chase you down. They're probably undead.
Yep.
They're really, really creepy, and it's cold when they're there. And they come, and the other big thing that a lot of people believe is that they come at winter.
Mm-hmm.
During the winter. With a 21, you will know, Brenna, that, fun fact, you're DC, because Witcher lore is different than...
Yeah. Yeah.
You will know a couple things. Number one, they're not wraiths. They are physical beings.
Okay.
They can do magic. You don't know what's under... You don't know what's under the helm yourself, but you know that they're physical.
Beings that can do magic. Yeah.
You know that they're beings that can do magic. You know that they're physical. You know that they're badass motherfuckers. And their rumors of people disappearing outweigh the number of bodies that have been found.
Interesting.
So you know that, so there's like a theory among Witchers that something happens, right? You know, and it's like, did they take them? Did they go somewhere in particular? You don't know.
Gotcha.
But you know that they're physical. You know that they can do magic. Would you know anything else? And you know that you would probably know that the school of the
Viper.
that there was, because it's just after the split. You probably would have heard. You might have heard rumors
about each school about why they split. Yeah.
About why they split, and you probably might have known that the Vipers are dedicated to doing the most research. So you yourself may not know more about them, but you're pretty sure that the Vipers do.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
And you do know a Viper Witcher.
I know. I'm gonna mention that here in a moment.
Give me just a moment.
You're not going to teleport away again, are you?
No. Nah. Too tired for that. I'm exhausted, to be quite honest. I need to do something by myself over there.
Is it? Yep. Never mind.
And you know, there's clearly lewd gesture, and like.
Grim if a monster tries to eat you.
Oh, anyway, I walk like about 10 paces away, turn my back to the rest of the group, and I will fetch in my pouch. Oh, Ianto, did you give me back the parchment?
Yes.
Okay. So in my pouch, I am going to get out one of the many letters from Lady Rywelin. And is it the same penmanship as the writing in the front of the parchment?
Roll the deduction.
I'm going to spend 3 luck on that.
By the way, chat has been kind and gifted you 1 luck for the party so far.
Ooh. Oh, I thought we had more.
I'll keep it.
Not yet. With a crit,
so that's
though,
a 32.
Ooh.
Nice.
There are similarities.
I'm seeing 4 blessings.
Yeah, they're blessing us with Neheleni, but yeah, no, that's the right one.
That's the right one. Okay, where did they just not pop up
Lysander, Grumpy Godling, Boyce, and Svenwolf.
Okay, so those other 2 didn't pop up. I do not know why, so I will fix it. Thank you, guys. So there are 4. But with a 32,
and then Coldrake, that's 5.
Yeah. So with so you have 5. With a 32 crit, however, there are similarities enough to say possibly her disguising her handwriting, possibly someone who writes like her in a similar training. The big point, however, is that the ink has a perfume, a smell. the black ink on the inside smells the same as the ink in those letters, yes.
I am going to bank one of my questions.
Cool. You mean you're going to ask it, or are you just going to hold
Yeah, I'm going to ask it.
Okay, because banking it usually means you're going to hold
Yeah,
on to
Saving
it.
it.
Yeah, the brain.
You know, it's okay. Fine.
Okay, so wait. The circle smells the same
The ink,
as...
yeah. Because remember, these are all inks that have to be ground and handmade, and
Yeah.
they all smell.
Would I remember what is needed to create such an ink? Since I probably would have seen some of it, maybe, when I was, or right before I banged Lady Rewalman.
And before you left her room.
Didn't she have something of yours?
My clothes and everything else? Yeah.
Your staff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you would have seen or smelled the ink in her rooms, but she wasn't grinding it. So you saw the ink bottle.
Okay.
Is she in our NPC doc?
No.
Then, I know. Bam. Could it count as an alchemical solution?
Perhaps. Why?
Because I could reverse engineer it
Yes, you could probably
and thus
try
know
to.
what it's made of.
You could
But-
probably try to.
I'll do that when we get back to the castle. How long are we? Ianto, are you able to walk?
Ianto looks down his legs, shrugs, nods.
Not that I do not like the outdoors, but I do not like the outdoors.
Ianto sort of just kind of
Can we go?
Yes, I just don't like being this open with something eating all of the small game in the forest.
I feel like the only person who seems at ease is Arto.
I also lived out in the woods.
Ianto nods.
It is
Nice spot.
it is home for me.
Oh, well, your home is filled with mosquitoes.
It isn't even the dead of night yet. You just wait until it gets colder and they come seeking your flesh.
It was a rather crepuscular, so dawn and dusk, really.
Well, I have nothing to fight them, actually. I have something for rain, but not bugs.
Well,
There's herbs for
if you
that.
would like, yeah, I can go around and hunt some things and smush them together, and you can rub them all over your skin.
That would be so nice of you if we were to stay here, because we're not staying here, right?
I don't see
I
a reason
mean-
to.
Are we done? Are we looking for what is going to kill this? What has killed this small game?
Maybe not right now, since my brother is injured.
So we all walk back together then.
Yes.
I think that is a good plan.
Did we? I might have need of you, Ianto, when we get to the castle. Actually, not me. Javic is going to have need of you. To break the curse. He will need your what? Me? Oh. Nah, that's not gonna work. The curse functions in a specific way. It's
Like
the,
stew?
the way I understood it is to wake a person up from their magical slumber.
You either break the curse
The-
itself.
Yeah.
Or you can roll the dice on it. But you have a strong connection to the individual.
And Ianto
Exactly.
just
Or they have to have a strong connection to you, possibly.
Well, that's what I'm not sure. I believe my first theory was that the kisser needed to have a strong connection to the kissy. But that stew thing just
makes you
threw
think
everything out of whack.
It might be the person who's unconscious has to have a strong connection to the person who's conscious.
Probably. Because otherwise, that's too sentient.
What about the stew? It is.
I
I
think
can't
you have
even
a strong
talk.
emotional connection to it, also.
I mean, I
Ianto
do.
points to Cadarn, then
Yes.
points to Brenna, and then makes like a
Me and Brenna. Yeah, okay.
They're not going to kiss, if that's what you're wondering.
Oh, can me and Brenna put our brains together to try to solve this without having to kiss your... No? Okay.
points to Javic, points
know
to
I
Cadarn.
get my writing kit out. Here, Ianto.
How we
And he-
waited this long
and he puts
to
on the
bring the
paper,
writing.
and he just writes down, "It doesn't have to be that strong. I kissed a tavern lady and woke her up. Any of you all can break it, and also Iskander can break it," and then just hands it back.
And I'll look at it with Kadan like, well, do you know how she felt about you? She could have been really into you, Ianto. She could have.
Takes the paper back. "She slapped me," and hands it back.
Sometimes
That
that's
proves
the
that she
thing
had
people-
strong emotions.
I just gestured to Kadarn, like, obviously.
Pulls it back. "She slapped me because she didn't appreciate being kissed." Puts it back.
Or she was playing hard to get.
Well, in her defense, if she saw you kissing her awake, I mean, I would also hit the first person to kiss me awake in the morning. All I'm saying is, I don't think I'm the person that can wake Javic up because I don't really have any strong emotions.
Takes the paper back. "You've known him for a long time. I think it's good enough. And Iskander can do it." And hands it back.
Is
Ganda's a Kagan.
Iskander and Javic, were there an item or
I
something?
don't think so. I don't know, though. I mean, they never went to any of the Otto's brothers' orgies.
Takes
so.
it back. "Iskander said he could wake Javic."
He's also a
Exclamation
dragon.
point.
That's not here.
Hmm.
I don't think we have the time to travel to Kagan and back to get him.
Cadarn, "Kiss Javic." Hands it back.
I can try. But if it doesn't work, he's going to
Then-
need you.
Then Brenna kisses Javic.
I'm not going to do that.
Well, I mean, Javic is already used to being kissed by family members.
What about Javic's favorite food?
Does he have a favorite
Yes.
food?
What drink?
And he'd Ianto had already written down the alcohol that Javic likes best. It wasn't food, it was drink.
Really? Huh.
And then he shrugs in this kind of like weirdly defeated way, as if like who knows.
Well,
And then he takes it back because he just thought about something. He writes down. "Also, it wasn't secret that he lived in Kagan, right? Like that was
Mm-hmm.
okay. Look. When I said I fell out of touch with Javic when we parted ways, we parted ways. I didn't keep tab. I don't keep tab on my exes. Now, are we going to walk back to the castle? Or are we going to stand here and wait for a bruxa to come and eat us?
No, let's go back to the castle.
Let me put out the fire.
Yes, we don't want the forest to burn down. That would be bad. I'll help out, so.
Insert here image of a large American brown
Bruxa.
bear in a hat, and he turns and says, "Only you can prevent forest fires."
Oh, good old Smokey the Bear.
So you will make your way back to Passwacht, where and we will find out what happens there after we come back for the break for this evening.
Oh,
so
goodness.
we will. A lot's happened, and we'll see what happens.
You talk to
next.
Eleanor, be like, "Fucking wild hunt."
We'll find out.
Yep. Sure, it's fine.
I don't know why wraiths are after Kadarin, but like
They're
if
not
they're after
wraiths.
him.
So no.
See
He doesn't
you
say that
in
out
a
loud?
few. Bye bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So, the group has made their way back to the castle. There was a brief moment where a couple of the guards tried to stop. We're very questioning about Ianto entering because he looks like shit.
Oh, did we go in the front gate?
Yeah. I don't know why we wouldn't at this point. Because you're awake now and stuff.
But I'm assuming Brenda's just going to be like, nah, he's with me.
Yeah. It's with me.
I mean,
It's
I
fine.
suppose Ianto would have the option to
If
confront
Ianto
us
said
and go
something
around.
to be like, I don't want to go through the main gate, we'd be like, why? But
doesn't.
okay.
Because he looks terrible.
Yeah, but no one's gonna realize it's you. You look that level of shit.
But you're gonna have to. But you're gonna have to identify him at the gate, and he isn't like that.
No, I don't. I just gotta say he's with me. I'm the countess here. I get to give the orders now.
He's clearly unhappy with all of this. Dambor, by the way, is Radovid's son.
Thank you. I knew it started with a D.
Just so you know.
So
Dambor the Black.
yeah, he's not got that. He may have just gotten that title, but not fully yet. And his mother, his wife is a elf. So, where are you headed?
Inside to deal with business. Witcher business.
No, I that was me out of game saying, where are you headed?
Oh, we're going to get Ianto all taken care of in whatever persona he wants to have.
So, then the guards will attempt to escort you up to the family wing when you all return.
I just like, no, this is fine. We should not be on this higher security right now anyways. It's
And they look a little uncomfortable.
I am Witcher ready. I can handle it. And I'll just try to I'm in full Witcher gear for once out of the past 3 weeks, which has not been the case since arrival. We're good. Thank you. You should just keep watching the gate. I know where everything is here. And go in. Just confidence.
Ianto is going to want to be dropped off at his quarters.
Yep, that's fine.
And take a bath.
So Ianto's going to take a bath.
And he's just, before they leave, he points at Kadern, and then he points towards where Javic's quarters are.
And when he doesn't wake, I will come and get you.
And then he points not to himself, but to his sister, Brenna.
That's not going to happen.
Look, if it doesn't work with me, and no one else wants to, then Javic will die. So, unless I find a way to reverse the curse.
And then he points at your bag where the paper was.
Yes, but that might take some time. That might take a lot of time. That might take time that Javic does not have.
He just points at you, and he points towards Javic's room.
Dr. Arzo, would you accompany me to Javic's quarters?
Sure. Let us see.
I will need your expert opinion.
I can give you my opinion, but I am no expert.
But you're certainly better at the whole knowing the body than I am.
It depends on You know what is at stake. If you want to talk about matters of the heart or matters of lust, I am definitely not the one to.
No, I'm talking about matters of how quickly his body is giving up.
Oh, that yes. Let us go.
Also, why would I ask you about lust?
My friend, we have spoken a bit since we had first met, so I feel comfortable telling you. You kind of give off that vibe.
Oh, yes, you tend to not give off that vibe.
Cool.
And I respect that. I'm not going to pry into your personal life with the stew maker.
People usually do not do very well prying into dwarves.
Tell me about it.
I just did tell you about it.
It's I feel like this goes on while we walk to Javic's place, Javic's quarters.
And before we leave Ianto, Brenda will say, "Before you run off again, I have something I want to show you. It's about our family." So you should get cleaned up first.
And then he realizes that Kadarn's not there. So the writing, Kadarn's right.
Paper in the room. It'll be fine.
He goes, he picks up a piece of paper and he writes down. He goes, I am leaving, right?
But can we have a discussion before you go? You will be. I guarantee this is something you will be interested in.
He nods.
Thank you.
And there's like this kind of like he doesn't go in the room yet. He kind of just sort of lingers.
Is there anything else you'd like to add? And
he just shakes his head. But like it's clear that there was like something, but he just kind of shakes his head.
She'll just put her hand on his shoulder. I'm glad you didn't bleed to death in the forest. You need to talk about something. Or write about something. Sorry, was that insensitive? I don't. Just let me know.
And then he gets a piece of paper and he goes, he writes something down. And he writes something else down. And then he writes something else down and he hands it to you. And it just says, your life is now set up. My job here is done. And then the third thing, which was clearly like this other kind of thought, right, says, and Ardzo's life is set up. Make sure he's taken care of here.
You mean Ardzo's life is set up? Just waiting for him to say, I'm going back to the woods now, and I have to escort him all the way back to Kagan.
And he takes the paper back. It's like, writes something very quickly, hands it back to you. And it says, do not let him go back to Kagan. Our enemies are there. Keep him here.
Do my best. He did ask about some land, possibly. I'll see what I can do, but just Arzo does what he wants. I can't. But I could stop him, but I don't want to stop him.
Takes the paper back. And he writes something, and then you see me these kind of like funny little gestures. And then he hands it back. And then there's a little sentence and a little image that he drew.
Okay.
And the sentence says, you stopped me. And the image is like a little head. That's a little Ianto head. And then like a little like sword butt hitting him in the head with a little KOX eyes. And he just kind of gives you a look.
I suppose if it was for Arzo's own good and he refused to listen to reason, I would try to stop him.
Nods. And he sort of turns to go back to his room. And he kind of looks back at you and he's like, he kind of gestures to his like grossness.
Folding up the paper, putting it in a pocket.
And ask for the paper back.
No, that's mine now. I'm going to pin it up in my room.
And he looks around for a candle, and he gets this candle, and he's like,
No, if you're leaving me, I need at least an image of you. That way I won't forget what you look like.
and he just points toward the bath.
Would you like me to get you servants to draw a bath? All right, I will get servants to.
He goes and he shuts the door, irritated that the photograph, the image of him that his sister wants is him being knocked unconscious by her, but it's cool.
Look, she doesn't have anything else from him.
Memories.
You know, not good enough.
We're going to close the door while Ianto gets himself put together. There's enough water to draw you a bath and heated and all of these things. Very nice. And follow. Javic is still in the family quarters in what is now the family infirmary. Is what it's been decided to be.
That's a good word. The family infirmary.
Because, you know, the other infirmary is on the other side of the castle, and it's such a hassle. You know, this is much more protected. And, you know, makes a statement. So that's where Javic is. And, you know, it's easy enough. That's where you left him this morning, and it's easy enough to go right back there. So Ardzo and Kadan are headed there. Where are you headed, Brenna?
I'm gonna go speak with Alienor, who's also up there.
So we're gonna follow...
Well, Kadarn's trying to smooch Javic to wake him up. I'm gonna be like, Wild Hunt? Do you know anything about this?
Interesting conversation. So we're gonna follow Ardzo and Kadarn as they were walking and talking, a la, you know, a West Wing episode.
Are you eager to go back to Ahakam?
It does bring me a little bit of anxiety. It is it's been a long time, and a lot of dwarves are very keen to correlate a lack of visitation with animosity. So I expect that as much as it would be great to see someone's face, I'm going to make someone mad just by being there.
Well, if it helps in any way, I can deflect some of that to me.
But if you would like to, nobody's making you. But you know, I did tell you that I would teach you how to forge a dagger. Yes.
Oh yes, but after we've done that whole Javic thing, I feel I haven't had time to sit down and work on anything, to be honest. I think the most work I got was trying to make sense of Iskander's notes in the books he lent me.
Well, it has been quite a tumultuous time recently in my stay here. A lot of good things. It looks like not so good things too, with the bruxa wandering around, and something feels amiss here. That is why I am fond of nature. You always know what to expect, per se. It could be a mountain lion. It could be just a night of sleep. It could be mosquitoes. It doesn't necessarily lie to you about what it is.
Damn, you make sense.
Not that many since my house is in the woods.
But then what about all the monsters? I mean,
Too be fair, I know that they are out there, but I do not, until recently, come in contact with a lot of them. I have recently had a bout with some werewolves.
Ooh.
Those are tricky. But before then, not so much. It was a band of thieves that were, I believe that they were called the Wolves. I'm not a judgmental person, but that is not even creative.
Well,
To be a
were they
werewolf.
also werewolves?
Yes. That did you have taste.
No, that's just tacky. That's just no.
It's right there.
They're advertising who they
Right.
are.
I was a little mad.
I guess I can understand. They could have called themselves anything but that.
Right.
I don't know, the Silver Fang or the
thieves.
Red Talon.
I think the thieves would have judged us fine.
But weren't they also thieves?
Yeah, but people are a lot less scared of thieves. Maybe I think of another one.
But you raise an interesting point. Were these werewolves also around Kagan?
There was a lot of shit around Kagan. Pardon my Toussaint.
Your Toussaint is great.
Thank you.
But also, that's just one more curse in the same area.
I do not know the origin of these werewolves. I imagine that there's some sort of social structure and agreement involved. Right? You have to earn the right to. I mean, this speculation here, knowing that they all happen to be werewolves and all part of the same group. It's right there. But you were right. You were right. That is two curses in the same area.
Yeah. I'm not well versed in werewolves or Therian tropes or shape changers.
I did. There's, if they are both curses, correct?
Well, from what little I know, Dopplers are not cursed. They're born that way. Whereas you are not born a werewolf. I don't think you can be born a werewolf. I think you only become.
And, I don't particularly know the ins and outs of being a werewolf.
No, I mean, who would? Unless you happen to be a werewolf yourself.
Right, that would be absurd on top of everything else.
Well, I mean,
that'd be absurd. But, there's the things you can draw. They were not born that way. There is a societal structure where it was a privilege to be a werewolf in the same town as this whole snowdrop fiasco. So if there is a connection there, I do not know. I do not know that much about curses to be able to draw that line. It could be a happenstance.
Well, you might have just drawn a line. Arzo, were any of the werewolves affected by the curse? Did any of them fall asleep?
I don't believe so. Well, the reason why I did not know because I was saving. I did not know that the sleeping curse gradually sucked your life force away. Is because I was saving my brother who got kidnapped by werewolves.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Well, I took care of it. It can be, a little cunning, let's say, sometimes. So we got him back. And I think that is something we can write down. Do not believe any of the werewolves fell asleep.
Then someone might have been behind the wolves. And by that I mean the group, not the werewolves.
Right.
Using them to prevent Javic from leaving town long enough for the curse to take hold. Or for anyone to come rescue him once the curse did take hold.
But why kidnap my brother?
Wrong place, wrong time?
They broke into his home.
What? Who's your brother?
Well, you will know him if you are fond of orgies, that is for sure.
Oh, well, I'm not particularly fond of. I mean, I won one, so I think I've had my share. But okay,
if recently you were in an orgy in Kagan, it was his.
It's very specific. How many people are in Kagan, and is that enough to make an orgy? Or is it just a foursome?
Well, if we're going to talk terms here, what is the minimum amount?
Well, I believe it's impossible to say a fivesome or a fifthsome. So I believe orgy begins at 5.
Yeah.
Definitely enough people in town.
Yeah, there's at least 5 people in town.
Okay. So there is a market for your brother, is what I'm saying.
I don't think he charged.
Oh.
But the demand was apparently there.
Well,
he will not shut up about it.
I mean, when you have nothing else to do in a backwater remote village, you drink and you fuck. That's about all that there is.
And opiates.
Oh, that too, especially if they could grow them. But aside from that, I can't believe that your brother is just an orgy organizer. He has to have, a hobby, I guess.
An organizer, if you will.
An organizer, yeah. He's an event organizer.
Shit, that was good. My brother is a blacksmith. Zerny?
Could he have commissioned something? Was he working on something for Javic? I'm trying to find if there could be a connection there.
He probably was. I had them do a couple things here and there for me that I would stop in town for, but he probably.
Because that could be. Oh, no, he's the blacksmith. Of course. He can make silver weapons.
Oh, yeah.
Get rid of him. Get rid of the only way to defeat a werewolf. I say with my base 16 in monster lore without rolling.
Well, then.
Oh, sorry, I have a base 12 in monster lore.
Yeah, it's still fine. But I do love the image of that's the moment your announcement of as you arrive at the door to the family infirmary. But with a 17, with that monster lore,
would I know that silver hurts werewolf? It's just that.
Well, yeah. Because you would know that they were cursed. That silver would harm them. Or no, silver doesn't harm them.
Oh, so that's even better.
Because it has to be. You would know that silver doesn't harm them. Well, hold on.
No,
For
no, it
werewolves?
does harm them.
Yeah, it
No,
does.
it's their vulnerabilities are cursed oil and moon dust bombs.
No, but they don't list. I don't think they list silver.
Yeah, they
to
do.
any
In the
They're not
bestiary, they specifically list creatures that are harmed by silver.
I
I
used my
think they're
silver
just
sword
not-
against them, though.
They're not resistant to
Yeah,
silver.
no.
They might be resistant to regular metal.
No,
So
but in
Witcher
the
knowledge with the
the
Witcher
bestiary in the book doesn't say.
yeah.
It's when you check the shit, where is that? The alternate rules that tell you
Yeah.
like which monsters is affected by what.
Yeah, so it can be focus, and no, they will affect a silver blade is useful.
Yeah, I remember that because remember I used my silver
Yeah,
sword against them when I
a
was
silver
rolling silver
blade is
damage.
a silver blade is useful.
Okay, so that's all I needed, like
Yep.
to make sure that what I said was,
Yes, you're
kosher
not
and-
you're not wrong. You're not inaccurate. And or at least on that point. But now you have reached the infirmary.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let us take a gander. I will inspect, diagnose. I don't know
Yeah, you
how
can
much of his
roll-
life force is yet left.
You can roll diagnose.
Oof. Good luck.
You have to click the fumble button.
Yep.
Still an 11. So there are a couple of things you will notice right off the bat. Number one, he's pallid, much so more so than when you saw him last. He's starting to match the color of the sheet that he's lying on.
Ooh.
Like he's got a really bad anemia problem. And he's chilled. They've started, there are more blankets on the bed, but he's definitely started to show signs of chills.
We have limited time. I don't know how much, but this is obvious. Go ahead and touch him.
I put my hand on his forehead.
Can you roll me a resist magic, please?
Oh no.
Arzo, what did you do?
That was the description. The description was used cold.
I'm going to
I did.
use 2 of my luck.
Cool, there's 5 in the party pool, just
You
letting you
might
all know.
want to use a little more.
Okay, can I use 1 from the party pool?
Yeah, at least, yes.
That's a 22.
With a 22, you do not fall asleep.
Oh, good.
Uh,
It's only secondhand curse after.
you feel the cold that he's... You feel under your hand like it feels cold, and then you feel like a shock run through you. Like when you have like static electricity and you like touch the door handle in the middle of winter, so you touch the cold of the door handle and you feel the cold for a second, and then the shock, that electric discharge runs like right after. So, and you're going to take 1 point of damage.
Ow!
What?
Why? He's cold enough to hurt.
Well, then.
It's like don't stick your tongue on him. You're gonna stay stuck to him.
Well, then how are we supposed to wake him up? That is the point.
Well,
Someone
I
has
don't
to touch their lips
Can
to
I get a
his
little lip
lips.
frostbite?
Well, lips, yes, but I mean, I don't think the curse requires tongue.
Yeah, you shouldn't get stuck.
So while we're here, we'll see if it works. I will assist you and try to rip you off if you feel like you're going to fall under something, but just try to
Oh, yes.
kiss him,
Yes. Have we ever tried smelling salts?
No.
Yes.
I
We
was
did on the
not
baker
present.
lady. Yeah, you
Was
were.
that-
It was
oh,
the
I
first
was?
lady we
Okay.
found that was asleep. We tried to rouse her with smelling salts and everything.
Okay.
Like,
Yes, we have tried smelling salts.
Oh, okay.
But as a magician, yourself, and seeing a couple of cases of these, I'm a little. You should know better.
I'm just trying to find other ways than, sticking my lips to someone who'll probably kill me because of how cold he is.
Yeah. What did we get a favorite food or?
Here, and I'll show Ardzo the paper on which Ianto wrote the name of the alcohol.
Okay, what do we have here?
Calvados.
Alvados.
For those of you who don't know, Calvados is a brandy made in Normandy out of apples. It's really good.
it sounds amazing.
Okay, well, you're either going to kiss him or I'm going to take more time to try to find this Calvados.
But can we? Well, I'm going to kiss him first.
Okay. Okay. I will. Hold. Let me set myself down. I will be ready to get you and assist. If keep in mind, after what just happened, you have the freedom to do whatever you wish. But if time is of the essence, then we need to try everything.
Yes, definitely. Let me just check something. Okay. So I'll bend over, and I will start with just a peck on the cheek. And my headset just died.
And we'll
I'll
wait
be back
to tell
in
him
5 seconds.
What happens when his headset comes back.
It's valid.
Loading up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's gonna take a moment.
Da,
Sync.
da, 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 da,
There we go.
da, da. There's no reaction, and it doesn't hurt when you kiss him. But there's no reaction.
Oh, no reaction, you say?
Well, he kissed him on the cheek. There was no reaction.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. So I will, without it being too much or inappropriate, I'll kiss Javic on the lips.
Cool. Do 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 do. I need you to roll me a d10 as I do something else.
8.
Cool. I'll keep track of that. He don't wake up.
Okay. Well then, are you feeling okay? Are you good?
Yes. Well, it just proved my theory that I cannot wake him up that way.
Cool. Now we have limited time and 2 things. Okay, so we have a type of alcohol that we need to get, and we have Ianto that we need to get. There are 2 of them, and there are 2 of us.
Wait, 2 of them who?
The alcohol and Ianto.
Oh, yes. I don't know if I'm the right person to go get Ianto.
Okay, can you find the alcohol?
I
Please?
can probably look for the alcohol, yes. I mean, you've seen me try to convince him.
Well, it's not just you. Ianto is a difficult person. He is set in his ways. He has lived a lot of years adapting to I would like to say, the worst of things. So it has worked well for him. However, part of me thinks that he might be in his head in that scenario all the time. Everything is fighting for his life or the lives of people he cares about.
Well,
life in general is one prolonged fight, but his seems to be a little more hectic. Maybe you shouldn't consider everything a fight or flight situation.
Or maybe invest in the deep tissue massage.
Or that, yes. All right. I will take this clavados and try to find someone here who would know where it is.
Try to. Elsa might have a good idea in the kitchens.
All right.
I will go
start
find
there.
Ianto. Reconvene back here as soon as you can.
And
So we're going to. The camera's going to follow Kadern briefly as he goes down, but it's going to pair away and go find Brenna to, as I assume Arzo is going to look for Ianto.
Mm-hmm.
Brenna, where are you at the moment?
I'm going up to speak with, my best friend.
Eleanor is still, because technically, you were encouraged to keep things locked down, so...
Mm-hmm. And if I pass by Kadan in the hallway, I'll ask him where he's headed.
Yeah, I would say because the time you took to have that conversation with Ianto, about the time that you're going to pass him in the hallway, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll pass him in the hallway.
Does the kiss not work?
Oh, of course it didn't.
I mean, I didn't suspect as much. Where are you getting Ianto now?
No, I'm getting alcohol. Arzo is going to get Ianto because
that's a much better plan. Yeah.
yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I assume you're heading down to the kitchens. Then I'll join you in a few minutes. Just gotta get something from upstairs. And I'll just
All right.
whoop, just because I'm not supposed to leave him alone. But I'm like, well, maybe just a couple seconds, as long as it takes me to be like, Eleanor. Yeah, and I'll hustle upstairs to speak with Eleanor.
She's there, and she's still, like, bundled up and sitting in the window seat. Like, the boys have kind of moved off to their own rooms, Gavril has released things enough that, people are... the family is allowed in their quarters in the family wing, but he's not letting... He's concerned. He's concerned.
It's okay. I go straight to Eleanor, though.
Mm-hmm.
Eleanor, I found Kadan. He's going to get some wine from the kitchen to try to wake up Javic. It's a curse thing. Stu woke up Arzo, so...
I think that perhaps Arzo has a more intimate connection to the stew. And
that's what I was thinking, yes, but
I do not
Ianto, we also found Ianto. He doesn't seem particularly keen to kiss Javic, so we're going to try the wine first, and then if that doesn't work as well, then we have Ianto.
Well, perhaps you might make sure that Ianto is there to see that it does not work, and then he will understand.
That is why they're fetching both at the same time. But I just had a little question for you. What do you know about the wild hunt being after Kadan?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No? Oh, well, that's something you might be interested in. I think the wild hunt might be after Kadan.
That is mildly concerning. I should perhaps discuss. Does he know why? I don't.
He doesn't know why. He just knows that they looked at him when he was trying to scry on Ianto. I want to try to get a read on her, and I don't know what you're talking about. Do you though?
You can go ahead. You can go ahead and roll human perception, and you can get a +3 because of the previous one. Now you still have 5 because chat has been very kind to you.
Can I use one of those to try to get a little read? A little better read? Y'all, is that cool? Just use 1 point.
Yeah, cool with me.
Yes.
Cool. And I'll just use, we're gonna try to make this a decent roll. I'm gonna use one of my own too. Just a nice little. Whoop. Oh, look, a 14.
It's decent. What I will say is she hesitates briefly when you say that they spied on Kadern.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, he was spying on people, and then it shifted, and then, whatever. It's fine.
And it like, she just has this moment of like where her, like, she wants to be like, have a reaction, but she like grits her teeth.
Plays it cool.
Plays it cool, and you can see that.
Mhm.
She definitely knows more than she's saying.
Cool. Now I'm going to go to the kitchens with him to get Savine, because you said not to leave him by himself. But if there's anything you know in addition to that, information can be helpful in protecting him.
Perhaps encourage him not to do things that would attract attention from people that would want him dead.
But if it's the Wild Hunt, I think it's a little late for that. But why would they want him dead?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're the one that said that they were spying. I'm assuming that there are perhaps such as a thing. I do not know. Perhaps they do not want him dead. And you see her kind of hesitate at that point.
Well, that's true. More people do go missing than killed from the Wild Hunt.
That is not a good thing. Well, perhaps I will sit with your brother and keep him company.
I'll go hang out with your cousin and get wine.
Maybe 2 bottles?
Get the drinking bottle, yeah.
Yeah, alright. Why do we put up with them again? And she walks out the door, she says that.
It's better than having some dead or missing.
D'accord.
And I'll... Kadern. I assume Kadern's not running.
No, and it's also your castle, and you know
That's true.
all of the
I know.
shortcuts.
Yeah, I probably get lost like twice going to the
Kitchen, yeah.
But we're gonna follow Arzo as he makes his way to Ianto's room. By this point, Ianto, you are settled into a nice hot bath.
That's what I imagined. I imagine I'm in a bath.
With rose petals, even. It's pleasant.
I imagine I'm bathing without my clothes, in case, Arzo, just so you know.
I should have knocked. I'm sorry. Are you? Can you? Flower petals. I'll spare no expense.
It just sort of like he didn't request them. They're just here. He also is not shy. He's not flaunting. He's just in a bath, right? Like that's not actually a big deal for him. And it kind of just gives you a questioning look. And he has a piece of parchment, and he was like writing a letter. He was starting to write a letter while in the bath. And he sort of puts it on the little side table, and he kind of looks at you like,
I certainly did not intend to interrupt a nice bath, but so we had seen Javic. He is not doing well. The curse is certainly having its effect, as he is looking pallid and is cold. It also seemed that when he was touched and investigated, it was cold enough to send a shock and cause some pain. Most likely some sort of magic effect, perhaps to transport a defense mechanism, to transport the unconscious body. I do not know. I'm not a magician. So we are looking for a particular type of alcohol that he enjoys. And then we wanted to summon you to the quarters as well.
and Ianto stands up and sort of steps out of the bath, sort of looks around for something to dry off with and sort of dries off. And then puts like the towel around his shoulders and sort of crosses out what he was writing on the piece of paper so it can't be read. And then he starts writing something new, and he hands it over to Ardzo. And he's there writing for a little bit of time, and it says, "Has Brenna tried yet? And also, this is working differently. Like it's like different." And then you can tell that because his grammar's not as good always. And then it just adds the ly a little bit later. Then the other curse, faster. People weren't this bad off after a day in
Like
Kagan.
curse concentrate.
And he says, it doesn't make sense.
It does not make sense, but what I can relate it to is when I first started making poultices and cures, I was bad at them, and they took a while, sometimes made things worse before I tweaked formulas and had it get better. So that I can relate to. This is adding a little bit of character to our curse mongerer.
He sort of writes something down. He hands it back, and it says, "But the first curse was part of a ritual to give energy to Baldwin or a monster or something. I don't know. Where is this energy going? Question mark."
That is a great question. I'm sure if Javic were awake, he would be able to help us out.
And you can see, and the handwriting is just a little frustrated, like, Kadern is a mage.
Correct.
And he looks around. He's still just stark naked, just with a towel around his shoulders. And he looks around, and he sort of picks up probably a robe. He puts it on, and then he thinks about it, and he thinks, no. And he goes and he sort of puts on actual clothes. And he then goes through his stuff, and he sort of carefully applies his Bitonus disguise again, so that he doesn't look like himself, but looks like Bitonus.
Mm-hmm.
And then he sort of nods, and he sort of approaches you as if to sort of follow you.
Okay. All right. Here we thank you. Like, might not be easy, and don't 100% know exactly what's going on, but thank you.
He writes something down. It's like, Brenna's kissing him first, is what he says on the little letter.
She probably has already, so after you.
He looks suspicious. And he steps out. And he puts a little, like a kerchief around his neck, as if, he perhaps had a cold or some such thing, for anyone who might be watching them.
So
And he starts walking towards Javic's quarters, which is not, of course, where he is. But
that is the wrong way. He is in, I guess, the infirmary is now what they're calling it. But there's the family quarters this way.
And Ianto goes and follows Ardzo. And he sort of scribbles something down in this little piece of paper, and he hands it back to Ardzo. And it says, if the soup worked, that means that Elsa did that.
But when Elsa did it, it did not work, as I found out, which is troublesome, but understandable.
And he hands you back the paper, and it says, it's Elsa's soup. And like, you have this cooking thing together. So it's Elsa.
Do you want to have this now? We're going to talk about this now.
And he follows you. Still like...
Try to relax.
He looks like that's the most ridiculous thing anyone's ever said to him in a million years. He sighs.
Think of a happy place. You don't have one?
Fred Downey hands you the paper back again. He says, relaxing gets you killed.
It also kills you. It's hypertension. I mean, I guess if everyone gets to choose how they're going to go.
Takes the paper back. Hands it back and says, you relax when people aren't trying to kill you.
Well, I relax all the time. I try to. Dwarves have a habit of overreacting and being extremely stubborn. I have a big family and I am out in the woods by myself. So if you can imagine what the choices led up to that, it is about as simple a story as you can probably predict.
Just, you're in the woods to protect people.
This way.
Follows.
Brenna, when you catch up with Cadarn...
Oh, good. Maybe.
No, it is.
Okay.
Could you roll me awareness, please?
I would love to. Roll an awareness. 16.
Your medallion's going off.
For them?
Yep.
You casting magic?
What? No.
Then there's a monster magic being cast nearby.
I am.
Just keep your
not a
eyes open, is
monster.
what I'm saying. Just
Okay.
my medallion's going off. Means there's magical monster, or both.
Can I
Is
look
it-
around with my magical training to see if there's like a spell at work right now?
Sure.
I'm looking for monsters.
20.
There's no active spells.
Okay. Well, your medallion might be defective.
That's not how that works. Only if there's a spell hindering its efficiency, which there's not at this point in time, unless you've neglected to tell me something. So
I have not. But who has
Just-
told you that Witcher medallions cannot go awry?
I have a fallback, and I'll just. Because I'm guessing my pendant's going off too. Mm-hmm. Which has gone off when Witcher pendant has it in certain instances. Yeah.
Yep.
I have more than just my medallion to tell me when there's magical monsters nearby.
Oh.
And play the hot or colder game. Like if I go towards the kitchen, so to get warmer, colder, warmer. Or does it get colder and warmer at the same time?
As
I
you
got
walk
the
Closer
alcohol.
farther from Cadarn. You
Oh.
know, like, is it Cadarn?
Okay, so I need to know I need to know who's doing what. So Cadarn, what were you about to say?
Going to. Do I have the alcohol in hand?
Yeah.
We haven't got. Oh, we got
Okay.
it. Sure.
So I'm going back to Javic's room.
Okay, so you're heading back to Javic's room. Brenna, what are you doing?
Dan, just hold up a minute if you can. Don't want either of us to be caught off guard and alone by whatever this is. And I'm gonna just like if there's like a T intersection or anything up ahead, I'm gonna just go up to the intersection and see if there's any change or if it's just being like warmer, colder, warmer, looking around.
Can
Maybe
you roll
put a
me
hand on a
awareness?
sword. Yeah, hand on a sword. I'll spend another point of luck because this sounds like it could be important.
Yeah, and you still have 4. You guys still have 4 from chat. 19. It seems to calm when you get away from Cadarn.
I go up to Cadarn. I go right up to Cadarn.
Whoa. Whoa, your ladyship. I am...
It's visibly moving at this point. Not aggressively, not even as much as it does with Ardso.
Ardso, yeah.
But enough that it's like, okay, yeah.
Remember, you were married like a week ago?
I am married, yes. This is not coming.
Yes.
I'm not coming on to you, and I'll just hold up.
You are very close. You are very close.
Yes, but I've isolated it. It's you. Something is going on with you. Magically.
I
assume.
Some
Since
people
I don't
have
think
said
you're
that.
a monster. Oh. Would I know if you're being scryed on? If that would trigger Medallion to go off?
You would know that scrying can trigger Medallion to go off, yes.
Maybe you're being scryed on.
Unless it's a very powerful mage, my magical training should... I think it's magical training that lets you know when you're, like, hydromancied upon.
Yes. And that's a base
It's either that or...
it's if you're being either hydromancy or pyromancy, yes, it's magical training.
Yeah, okay. And, like, Cadarn is fairly confident in his abilities.
Yes, and you are fairly... With that magical training roll, I can... Let me just double check one thing to make sure that I'm not screwing up. A definition, and my understanding of numbers is correct. But... Sorry.
That's a terrible thought. It's fine.
I can't wait to hear your terrible thought. You would know that here's the thing, you would know it's not a base DC to know if you're being scryed on, you have to beat their ritual crafting roll.
Yeah. Which is why, he's confident in his abilities that
yes,
normally he would know if someone is crying on him.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. But what if it was a wild hunt?
If they did, I have no idea. I don't even know what I did to piss them off.
Did anything happen to you magically since we entered this castle?
Someone shot fire at me.
No, like today. Someone shot fire at you just in the past
no,
like 30
since
minutes?
we entered. No,
Yes.
I kissed Javic and it didn't do anything.
Anything
and
happened?
Also, I touched Javic's forehead and I got shocked.
Like static shocked or magic shock?
I think they're both the same.
Well, not necessarily. Like you can just, if you get socks on a rug and you just go really fast, you can.
I wasn't rubbing anything on Javic.
So it probably wasn't static. So you were magically shocked by Javic? Was it like
by the unconscious body of Javic.
Yeah, or whatever magic was put upon him.
Yes, probably. I mean, maybe. He's dying very quickly, by the way.
Oh, let's go back upstairs. I'm just concerned about you now.
I am fine. I will be fine. And
let me know if anything changes.
Sure, Mom.
Secondhand curses is a thing.
Oh, and now my headset has died again.
It's okay, we're going to cut away anyways and go upstairs to Ardso and Ianto arriving at Javic's rooms. And again, well, it's not Javic's rooms. These are now the family infirmary.
The family infirmary, yes.
And it, again, has this very large replaced 4-poster bed, but all the bed linens are gone, and now it's just, like whatever was in the hope chest, kind of 2 quilts instead of fitted sheets, and, sheets that actually fit things. Very simple. Javic is laying out on them, and he, again, by this point, it's very physically obvious that he does not look well, even though his body seems to be almost not physically reacting to anything. It looks unwell. And Eleanor is seated in the room, but she's seated in such a way that she can see both. She's kind of set herself.
She can see the door, the window, and Javic.
Yes. She's
good girl.
Yes, she's got the door, the window, and Javic. And the minute you open the door, she's kind of glanced at you and sees who you are and just is keeping an eye, but, doesn't stop you or anything.
Hello, cousin.
So all of you are there now. Yes.
Right.
Okay,
Yep.
so you're all there now. And Eleanor just looks at you and is like,
Hello.
hello, bonjour. So I assume Ianto's here to kiss his lover.
We have to try the vine first, I guess.
Yeah, let's not get too hasty.
Ianto points to
The kissing didn't work,
Brenna.
so we gotta...
Brenna and then Javic.
That looks weird. I'm just going to say the kissing of your brother is a little.
Not going to kiss Javic on the lips.
It was. Are we just going to glance over the fact that Stu woke me up, but not the kiss of my lover?
Going to try the vine.
But I also heard that your lover's kiss made you react, which is a positive. So perhaps it was a combination of the two.
It's possible. Like a build-up effect. That's vine. I give him a little wine.
If anybody knows, perhaps music that Javic enjoyed with in tandem. No, that's a little too far-fetched for this. Okay.
Ianto shakes his head as if music is such a bad idea.
Brenna's like, A, I don't play music. B, I have no idea what he listens to. No.
Ianto knows.
Right, Alien, you are a entertainer.
And Ianto shakes his head like, no, it's not.
No?
And Javic wasn't into music, I guess. That's not everyone is.
Let's turn it out then. Let's check to see if the wine is as effective as the stew was for me. Anyone?
I pop open the bottle.
It does jack shit except dribble down his face.
Oh, look, that's not effective.
Well, we try. I will take a swig from the bottle.
It's really, really good, and you kind of can taste the hint of apple in it. Can you roll me a
Did you get shocked again when you give him the vine
endurance?
just now?
No, he did not.
Yeah, Brenna's just asking.
17.
So that Eleanor knows he got shocked.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Eleanor has shifted her position, so now she's staring not at the door, but looking at all of you around the bed of Javic and actively looking out the window. But when you say that, she kind of glances at you, at Brenna, and is like, there's this eye contact conversation about, like, really? Why did we leave them alone again?
She's like, fuck if I know. I just, you know, you can't leave them alone for 2 minutes.
Kadern, it doesn't burn like alcohol. It's really nice and really smooth. It's like, but it also doesn't, it's not really feeling like alcohol. Like, you could probably drink more of this than any of the other stuff that you've been having recently.
Oh, it's like juice.
Yeah. It's like really nice apple juice with a little bit tart and not so sweet. Really, really good.
And Ianto gets a fresh piece of paper, and he sits over at probably the writing desk, and he writes, and it's going to be a while because he has to write a fairly long letter. And then he writes the second one, and he folds them up separately, and he hands them both to Cadarn. But one, he hands this one to be opened, and this one, he says, like, to wait, and he hands the first one to you.
I open.
The first one is very short, and it just says, when I fall unconscious and succumb to the curse, you need to get Iskander because he can wake Javic. And it also says, read this letter after I succumb to the curse, the second letter. And he hands you the second one.
I will tuck the first one in my pocket, in my pouch, and I'll keep the other one in my hand, eagerly awaiting Ianto to succumb to the curse.
I'm just waiting for him to wake Javic because I don't think he's gonna succumb. So
Same.
yeah.
And he walks over, and he
Also
looks
didn't
at
succumb.
and he looks at the curse. He looks at Javic. And he sort of looks him at both sides, and he sort of checks his pulse, like, putting his fingers on his neck.
Oh no. Hope it's zapped too.
How is his pulse?
I mean, it feels slow, steady. It's like he's asleep, except he's physically cold to the touch, and he
Very pale.
very pale.
Alan.
His skin's a little.
Double.
And then Ianto kisses him, just fairly matter-of-factly.
So I have a question that I need you to answer for me. You can answer out loud, or you can answer in the private chat, Ianto. How does Ianto feel about Javic?
He doesn't feel good about him.
No, it's not about good or bad.
He does not feel good about him, right? He's not happy with him. He's upset with him.
But is it a strong feeling?
Let's put it this way:
Or is it just
you are actively angry at him, not ambivalent. Angry and sad, but not ambivalent.
No, I mean, he's not ambivalent about Javic.
Cool.
But he's not. He doesn't feel the same way as he used to.
So I have a question, guys. You have 4 points of luck.
I think we wake up Javic.
I don't think it's going to work. This is like a 31. It's a 31 curse.
No, well, it's not because Elsa's student do it. Although it is directly on Javic.
No, the roll to wake them up
Break it.
is a separate roll.
Yeah, it's different than breaking it.
Well, breaking it is different than resisting it. The resisting
That's
it,
also
you're
true.
rolling
Yeah.
against the actual casting spell. Now it's a set DC.
Mm-hmm.
I know what it is, but
Maybe he was like 3 points of luck from the party pool. All 4? Yay, nays?
Yeah, no. I was shaking my head. Yes.
Okay.
3? Is that what I'm hearing? 4.
Yeah.
4?
You're gonna
Oh,
add.
4,
Okay,
cool.
so add 4 to that. We're gonna add 4 to this roll.
Mm-hmm. To try to wake up Javic. The Javic wake up!
So an 18 will work, barely, but yes, it will.
Woo. Okay.
I can tell. At this point now, I can tell you now that the DC is a 17.
Okay. Did it. Yay.
And
Javic
the minute he
wakes up.
stirs, Ianto walks out. He has
That's fine.
nothing. He has no reason to be here.
Where are you going? Hold on. I'm good. Hey.
That's fine. Javic, welcome back to the world of the awake. And the not dying.
He kind of cracks an eye and kind of scans the room.
Your letter was cursed, by the way. It got me first, and then I wasn't awake in time to warn you. Apologies.
Care to let us know who wants to murder you?
Would you like a list alphabetical or chronological?
Well, let's start
Ooh.
with the people at Banard.
Would you like it alphabetical or chronological?
Alphabetical. The chronological, actually. That might be.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that somebody woke me up who wasn't... I feel like crap.
You look like it.
Yeah, you've got some alcohol on your cheek. You should really lay off the bottle.
Why are you holding it then if you're not going to share?
Because that one's mine.
We brought a second bottle.
You're cruel, but you're still my friend. Where's Ianto?
Not here.
Away, probably.
And you both just see him kind of start to like sit up and like lean against the headboard, and his face really goes through, definitely settles into that like low level smile of like, yeah, that's not a surprise. Don't think he's... So I bet he hates my guts now.
I haven't asked, so I don't know.
You should go after him before he does something stupid.
But I'll just shrug, look at Alienor like you got your cousin for like 10 minutes.
And she'll give that nod behind Kadan's back. Is like, yeah, I've got babysitting duty. Don't worry.
Okay, and then she'll walk out also. Just let someone know if you need anything.
And Javic will raise his hand and like kind of just like reach for whatever bottle Kadarn is going to allow him to have.
How about you just eat something decent and sort of sleep off the sleep curse instead of drinking yourself to death? I'm no doctor, but I spoke with a doctor. Where's Arto?
Arzo went after Ianto.
Well, I spoke with a doctor earlier, so I feel like I am sort of an expert on this. You shouldn't drink. You should eat. Treat it like a hangover. Go get some
drink
bacon.
More after the hangover.
No, you get some bacon.
No, you drink more, and then it isn't a hangover anymore. You're just still drunk.
Well, you're stuck in bed. I am here, out of reach, with a bottle, and I'm gonna keep it.
Why are you so mean?
Because you have created a bunch of problems for me lately.
Not
that
all
old prank was... It went too far.
Not entirely my plan or my fault.
As with everything that revolves around you.
Not everything.
Well, care to tell me, and I'll show him the drawing, the magic circle. Care to tell me who did this?
And he kind of will like reach out for the paper or for the parchment.
Yeah, I'll hand it over. But I keep I hand him over the paper with my right hand, but I keep the left hand back with the bottle.
I'm gonna see something. He doesn't even try for that. He's just reaching for the paper. At this point, it's an academic exercise. And he's looking at it very intently. And he flips it over. And you see his face kind of go very quizzically. And then he starts looking around the room and, like, makes eye contact with you. And does that slow eyebrow raise where he's asking permission this time to initiate telepathic communication.
Mm.
Do you allow him to? I mean, it's not like you can block it, but do you give any sign that that's okay?
Yeah, I just nod slightly.
I didn't think I pissed her off. Why is Rillowen trying to kill me?
Oh, that's what I thought. Good question. It might have something to do with when you asked me to steal shit from her.
I didn't ask you to steal jack shit. Your cousin told me to do that. Blame her.
I just turned silently to Eleanor.
Eleanor has one eye on you and one eye out the window.
Continuing the telepathic thing. You know Ianto still has some sort of feeling for you.
I'm assuming it's not good considering that we are... he's not here.
Yeah, no, it's just maybe you'd like to clear this out is what I was trying to tell you before all of this madness happened.
And he'll sigh at that, and in that sigh, I'm going to take 2 seconds, and we're going to say goodbye to Billy, because he's got to work in the morning. And
Thanks, friends.
Sorry,
Sorry
Arzo.
for the pause. It's capitalism. Woo.
yeah,
Woo.
no, so we're just going to give me 2 seconds, and I'm going to fix the cameras, and we'll be right back. But we want to say goodbye, Billy, because we love you. We'll see you next
Love
week.
you guys
Billy.
too. Thank you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Nah,
Ciao, Billy.
Billy.
Hello, everyone, and we're back. So yes, you were saying something to Javic.
Yes, that he should, come clean or settle things between him and Ianto. That's what I was trying to get at before this whole madness started.
I did talk to him. I don't think he liked what I had to say.
Well, then say it again with different words.
It's really hard to perhaps not going to work. I think I finally knocked myself off the pedestal he had me on.
Not judging by whatever interaction I've had with Ianto. Oh, wait, no, those were before this happened. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I'll see about it.
I think our bigger concern right now is that apparently Rilla went and wants to kill me. Or
That
something.
is a pressing concern for you. I'm dealing with a vampire. So...
The bruxa's back? Didn't you kill it?
Oh, there was more than one. There's always more than one.
Anything
we
else
get some
interesting that happened while I apparently took a nap? Any kind of shifts? I'm assuming this conversation is still all telepathic at this level.
Yeah, until I say otherwise, I'm gonna...
Yeah.
What else? Yes, I think that whatever you told Ianto had some dangerous repercussions because we found him unconscious in the forest with his mouth cut open or something.
He looks visibly upset by that and starts to go as if he's going to get out of bed. I guess I just gotta go find him. What has he done this now? And he's just like, he's almost like he's forgotten that he's talking, that he's got the channel open, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's just pushing himself up and like pushing the covers back and getting to stand up. At which point, Eleanor will intervene and be like, Javic, if you get out of that bed, I will be having to knock you unconscious and tie you to it. Why are you stop? Get down. Put him back in the bed.
Oh, I'm not his keeper.
No, but you're the big, strong one, and so I'm going to take advantage of your muscly things.
Cool, except that taking advantage of my muscles is what got Javic in this situation. Oh, by the way, this is not telepathic.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're responding to Eleanor in a not telepathic way. I don't know anything about that, aside from the fact that he got cursed. Why is your muscles getting Javic cursed?
Lady Rewolin.
What about her?
She's the cursor.
Cadown, can you put up a shield?
Is there like a shield on the wall that I can just pick up?
No, there isn't. Not in here anymore. I mean, like, they've
Not in the family infirmary.
I don't have a shield.
Like the stupid dome thing that they teach you, right? The one that prevents people from coming in and out.
I don't have that.
And she kind of looks to Javic like, and you, can you not do it? Why am I surrounded by... So, do you have a sword, a knife, something in case somebody decides to show up and kidnap the both of you?
Oh, I'd like to see them try.
I'd really rather not.
But yeah, let's just close the door. And I close the door. There.
Let's not mention her again and not draw her attention or her associate. And she kind of looks at you hard.
Your gaze is saying something that you think I'm going to understand, but I'm not.
She is not powerful enough to do half of this. You know that. You're the one that slept with her.
It's been a long time. And by the way, sleeping with someone doesn't tell you it doesn't gauge their magical potential. Otherwise, magic school would be very problematic.
It'd be a lot different, at least.
So, what's your beef with?
Until you find a way to make sure that this conversation isn't overheard, we're not having it.
Cool. Here's a piece of paper and a quill.
She will take them both very annoyed at you. Can you roll an awareness?
Sure. 21.
As she snatches it almost out of your hand, the air around her feels cold.
Is it the same cold that was affecting Javic?
No. No, the cold around Javic was really, now that you think about it, it really was like an anemia, right? Level of chills.
Okay.
It isn't like hypothermia, it's just like an anemia kind of reaction.
Mm-hmm. Is there like rime forming on the windowsill?
No, not quite. And it's not like around her, it's just she's cold.
Oh, okay.
And she's almost like the air just around her is cold.
Okay, it's not like there was a sudden
She's
breeze coming
radiating
in from the
cold.
window.
Yeah, she's radiating cold. Barely,
Stick your
like,
hand
but
in
it
a
has to be
cooler.
like really in her space. And she kind of snatches it out and starts to write something. We're gonna pan the camera down to Brenna as you chase after your.
Wait for it to just be a big sign that just says "fuck you."
To chase after your brother.
Yeah.
Ardzo will get pulled in briefly into a conversation with one of the guards because the Dr. Eric is requesting his assistance with Constantine.
Sure. Cool.
But your brother is in front of you.
Catch up with him.
He's heading towards his quarters.
Yeah, she'll just follow.
He sort of makes his way into his quarters and he sort of notes that you're following him. And he sits down at like probably one of the chairs. He
I did
looks at
say I
you
wanted
like,
to speak with you. But first of all, thank you. For waking up Javic. Secondly, she'll pull off her brooch. This I think you'll find much more interesting than what's happened up there. And then she'll pull off her wedding ring. So, you know, Gavril gave me this brooch, and it has certain properties. This ring matches. It is part of a set. Was his mother's, actually.
Ianto looks skeptical that might be true because he doesn't really trust anything that Gavril says, but go on. There's just that skeptical look that passes his face.
Yes, he said it was his mother's. And what I think will interest you the most is the maker's mark on these pieces. And she'll flip them over and point them out.
He won't look at them just yet. He's going to sort of look around and he's going to sort of put them on like probably like a table, and he'll go through his bags and he'll pull out his jeweler's kit and he'll get his glass, and he'll go to look at them because you have to look at it properly, and he'll go to look at this maker's mark to see what it is,
When you recognize.
You do. You recognize it immediately. It's a snowdrop wrapped with a thorny vine. Matches the embroidery on a small child's blanket. You know this is your father, and your father's maker's mark that he changed after he married your mother.
Mm-hmm. Which I believe she's was a seamstress, so like she might have had that sort of thing. But yeah, sort of the family mark, but mostly by him. Ianto would like to ascertain the age of these two things because he doesn't actually trust Gavril as far as he can throw him. And as you know from his physique score, which is a 2, he can't throw him very far.
That's not very far. So you must trust him.
Not at all.
Not very far. You trust him as far as you can throw him, which is, pretty close actually. So
he doesn't trust him that much.
Okay.
Could you roll me fine arts with your jewelry specialization?
I shall.
Ooh.
32. He wants to
somewhere
analyze
between
these two
60 and 70 years old.
60 and 70 years old. Okay.
Yeah, that matches up. Gavril's 50. So yeah, at times I'll check out.
There seem everything you know about all of the pieces that you've ever seen from your father have made. This is 100% authentic.
Which would be, if this is 60 or 70 years old, that would have been before I was born, or just when I was quite young. So this is probably before he was, when he, in his times of traveling. And he sort of looks at it and he goes, and he hands them both back.
With that 32, I'll also use it to say one other thing. When it's in your hand, it glows.
It does that often, right? He did that big search on the investigation on it, and it has a slight glow to it. Generally speaking, because it has that, it's magical. That's why we were concerned about it.
Yep. Yep, you know that.
And so he hands it back to Brenna. He looks around for a piece of paper.
Yeah, she'll just,
Right, so
make
he
sure
hands it.
that he had to him.
And it just says, it's old, probably from before I was born.
I suppose that would make sense, but it's definitely from your father. Perhaps magical things? Or do you think the magic is something that happened after?
He says, hands you the paper back, and he goes, I'm not aware of him crafting magic, but this is so long ago that there's no trail.
I could inquire further if you would like me to, about the pieces, but I thought you might want to know.
Hands it back.
Also, you're making a lot of faces, so.
He traveled and he often made pieces for nobles, so makes sense. It's one of his old pieces. And there's kind of face? Like a. Do you have a human perception? That's the question.
No.
Yeah.
That's why she's asking you, because she can't infer it. She's like, "What is that face? I don't know what that face is." Like, your sister being an unempathetic witcher.
He just sort of pats your shoulder, like, like it's kind of like a slightly defeated.
I don't know. I don't. Could you explain it to me?
He just points to his throat, like his sort of face, and he sort of
I push the paper and pen back.
And he just hands it back and says, "It's not a lead. It's too old."
Mm. I could ask if he's had any other pieces by this maker more recently. Who knows, maybe he has something from only 20 or 30 years ago.
It was just a snowdrop in that symbol, correct? In
Snowdrop with the thorns around it.
In the magical symbol.
Oh, yeah, just a snowdrop. Yeah, because I already asked that. I was like, oh.
I just want to make sure there were no thorns anywhere in there.
Yep. You and me both.
Takes the paper back. He writes something down and he hands it back to you. And it says, "The snowdrop was for our mother. There are a lot of snowdrops around. ..
I was thinking that as well, especially how this specifically resonated with the curse in town. Resonated stronger than I've ever seen it before. And if there's a necromancer involved."
He hands you back. Have you asked your husband what the protection was specifically?
No, I haven't, but I can. Would you wait around for me to ask these questions? I mean, I imagine I also would want to check in on your mouth tomorrow morning anyway, so.
Takes the paper back. And he says, "I will stay until I heal, and then I'm leaving."
All right. I will ask Gavril some things.
And he hands it back to you again. He says, "I know you're not worried because you can kill anything."
Yeah, reading that line, you just see like a...
"But there are people out to get you. It is not safe."
Yes, I'm very concerned about it. I just hand him back the paper because he looks like he wants it.
Writes a few more things.
I've been concerned this whole time. The amount of werewolves alone is just troubling. I don't wish to face another bruxa. That was almost a death experience. Very concerned.
He hands it back and he says, "I'm going to ask you to actually investigate our leads when you go to kill all of these things later."
What do you mean actually investigate? Do you think I haven't been investigating anything this whole time? Wow. Holy crap, I'm just gonna do this. What do you think? You think I just stab things? And don't do any investigating at all into what is going on here? Because right there, you can grab it.
Hands it back. They're based out of, and he writes the name of it wasn't the dancing flame, it was like the discreet.
No, it's yes, it was a discreet.
It was the other one.
No, it was the yeah. She knows the name. I don't know where my notes are, but I just know them. I just didn't bring that because I can't write tonight. So,
yes, and he's like,
yes, the brand is on all of the barrels. I found that out. I didn't go there while we were investigating there because I didn't want you and Artso getting hurt.
And he hands it back.
So we were on a time crunch.
I won't be there next time. Go investigate them.
Investigate some, but I don't think it'll get any huge leads, because that's maybe where the werewolves are, but there's someone behind the werewolves. And I doubt they're in Bellhaven. I have a feeling the Deschalons might even be on this, which she's a bruxa. So, and was the one who wrote the letter asking about information on me. Lady Deschalon. I suspect is a bruxa. Suspected bruxa. I'm not going to say anything for confirmation. I've been investigating. I don't have enough to act on yet.
The letter was from the Deschalon. We don't know if it's mother or daughter.
Well, one of them's a bruxa, and they were both here for the wedding, so I suspect they're both in on it.
It says,
and also mages are involved apparently now too.
I told Cadarn everything. You should talk to him and investigate with him. He's smart.
I would like to. I think this is much bigger than we initially thought, and I don't know why I would be a target before, especially before getting married. I could see now, but beforehand? The Witcher.
And like the writing is like heading around the corner as he hands it back. He goes, I told you.
I'll get you a new piece of paper.
He says, I told you it was personal. Baldwin had hatred in his eyes for me personally.
Yes,
you have
but
been
why
targeted.
Us personally? Why you and Javic and myself? And Arthur's brother. We didn't even know about each other, or well, you and Arthur knew each other, but we didn't even meet until Kagan. It seems very.
And they kidnapped
his brother,
Alvar, and put him in a basement. Right, like he's like.
I want to speak with Alvar, by the way, about the wild hunt. He might know a lot about it, because, well, his school is about the wild hunt.
He says, I told you it was big from the beginning. They have political connections in Toussaint.
Yes. And I believed you. I just didn't think it was this big. I didn't think it was, let's get mage schools and try to assassinate princes big. This could become, I mean, depending on how far this reaches, this could start a war or something.
It goes to the top in Toussaint, and they attacked a baron, and you can see his writing is sort of like
yes,
a little heavy.
And these are all things we didn't know at the beginning when it was just Kagan.
Takes it back. The baron's in Kagan, and they were doing some strange.
Yeah, he's just the minor baron of Kagan. It's a backwater town, Ianto. There's a lot of shit that happens in backwater towns that barons die all the time. It's not an entirely unsurprising thing. Now, when you get counts involved, people with connections to royalties, that gets bigger. And you said it reaches to the top in Toussaint. What is the top of Toussaint? So the royalties there, or just the Deschalons? What have you learned that you haven't told me if it goes to the top?
Right, so I told you everything. You never listen, is what it says.
I listen all the time. I know there's people who stopped messages from going through in Toussaint and were cooperating with the wolves. That doesn't mean it's the top.
He hands it back.
Because that's the queen. Or king, or whoever it is at this time. Yeah.
The guards in Beauclair were told by the officials in Toussaint to not investigate.
The officials, which is not the top. That's local official government and Toussaint government, possibly. But it could be one guard, one captain of a guard who tells people on certain ships, and it doesn't get reported, doesn't get filed down. It's not known by the nobility locally. We don't know. We haven't investigated.
He says, it was from outside of the city, from the capital.
Yes.
This is high ranking.
Or someone really good at forging. We don't know if it's officials, the military. We don't know if it is nobility. We don't know. So we cannot say for certain it's the top. We just know that there are officials involved. You like to jump to conclusions before getting enough facts.
You like to minimize the danger.
Or how do you think I'm able to sleep? Well, I don't really sleep often. Because of the danger, I can't treat everything as if it's going to kill me at a second's notice, or I would already be dead. Too high strung is a bad thing, and I'll read the note.
They've been kidnapping our friends and family and searching for us deliberately.
Yes, it's bad.
And it just says on there, says, investigate Baldwin.
I would love to investigate the dead cleric, yes. Where to start? We don't know where he is. We don't know where he went. He left Kagan without a trace. He teleported. You can't crack a teleport. I'm not a mage. I can't do that. I don't even know if mages can do that.
Hands it back. Talk to Kadern. Search his past. He may not even be Baldwin. There's illusion magic.
It's true. I did describe him to people who've met Baldwin. Seemed accurate.
And he points
There's
to the word
illusion magic going on because of the werewolves. Yes, I remember the illusioned werewolves. But there's also necromancy possibly going on. That's really bad. Like, really bad. Do you know how bad necromancy is? It's, like, worse than monsters. It's worse than bruxa. You can't act like everything is end of the world.
I'm not a mage or a witcher. I don't know those things.
Necromancy leaves a permanent taint on everything it touches. Really bad.
Kadern will help.
Hope, maybe. I'm not the boss of Kadern. He could decide the party's done, Javic's awake, and fuck off somewhere. I'm not the boss of him.
On that note, what is Kadern doing? Just the perfect transition, thanks.
Is he fucking off? That would just prove Brenna's. I ain't the boss, Anne.
I'm waiting for Eleanor to finish writing on the paper.
She will hand it back to you. Her hand, the handwriting is very fine, very stylized, and very small. Doesn't take a whole lot of space. She goes, do you not, what she wrote is, do you not recall who those letters that you were supposed to be appropriating were from?
Oh, I have them. But no, I don't know where they were from. It's all coded.
The belief is that she is communicating with Alzur. She was his student.
Okay. That explains a few things.
Oh. Explains what?
Oh, when her ladyship brutally murdered the other ladyship,
Oh, was this when she was saving my life after I was dying on her floor? Yes, please proceed. I don't think it was brutally murdered. I think it was an appropriate threat response.
I'm just stating facts. There is nothing good or bad by saying brutally murder.
Like, it was
not-
brutal, and it was a murder.
No, it wasn't. It was justifiable homicides, and possibly even very appropriate, considering that she is the countess, and even at the point of being tied to the count previously.
Semantic aside, I saw him.
Yes, when she was very good at responding justifiably to an attack within her household. Yes, moving on.
That's what I said. I saw him.
He's dead. How can you see him?
Go figure. Through a mirror. Something.
Did he see you?
Maybe? The details of that night are a little fuzzy.
Are you lying to me?
No, the player actually forgot, so
No,
character is 100% honest.
Yes. He gave you the whole countdown.
Oh, yeah, right.
Before he blew up the mirror on you.
Yeah, he knew. He knew, and he blew up the mirror.
So he saw you.
No, he did. I mean, he probably recognized me as being the person who banged his apprentice.
I don't think that's necessarily something you should, take pride in that being your identifier.
I didn't know. Because you didn't tell me.
I gave you as much information as I had at the time.
Well, when did you learn about being affiliated with Mr. Lightning Bolt?
And then she just pause and count back, because this event that you guys are talking about is not recent history, right?
No,
it's
it
like 20
actually
years
happened. But yeah, let's say 25-ish years ago. Yeah.
It's before, after I asked you to go, and before you was attempted to sleep with her, when I sent you the note saying perhaps be careful and watch your back, because she's talking to a bunch of, we need these letters because she's talking to a specific mage who might be her master, and then there was...
Not how you presented it.
I think you're misremembering.
No. What I have in my background is...
No. That's what she's saying. What you remember is truth. What she's saying is
okay.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Well, what you remember is what happened from your perspective, but she wasn't there. She was sending you letters. So what she said is the letter she sent you included this information.
This?
Yes, and on top of that piece of information, it also included the fact that she was tied, that she had studied under Alzor. So she says, she describes that piece of information, and it was and there included the fact that she was, a student. There is a discrepancy in between the two. You are correct.
Yeah, it would have been, you didn't, dear cousin. You because I his spell is one of my favorite.
Yes, I'm aware of the fact you're a minor fanboy is fine.
So
I told you I do not let you go. I'm concerned about your safety. I would not let you go into something like that without informing you of things that I knew.
Well, then, since you are concerned about my safety, could you care to let me know who asked you to ask me that? Because I would really like to know who's at the other end of these strings, so I know who to thank when they find my mangled corpse in the woods.
They are not going to find your mangled corpse in the woods.
No, they won't. The Wild Hunt is going to see to that.
That's not going to happen either. She is now visibly upset. It's been almost decades since you've seen her, upset. she's actively like pacing around the room and gesticulating as she's talking.
Well, I mean, I also remember the Demetrium bolt in my ass. That's Simon saying that, not Kadern. So Kadern is sort of,
Yeah. No.
Indifferent to her being upset.
No, but I'm letting you know that she's more upset every time you say that you're going to get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? She's not upset at you per se, but she gets more and more upset every time
I figure.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you want me, dear cousin, to be protected, I would need to know more about what's happening. Because right now, we have Mr. Thunder's apprentice, potentially in league with whoever wants to murder him over there. And also curse a whole backwater village where you, pointing to Javic, were hiding. So there's a lot going on.
Javic's only response to this point is to go, point of order, I wasn't hiding. I was just living there outside of the control of my brother, because he's an asshole.
I went and saw that place. There is no reason in hell anyone would like to live there. At best, you survive.
I had my house, I had my lover, I had my experiments. What else did I need, Kadan?
Comfort, good food, good booze.
All that was covered.
Oh, by the orgy-creating dwarf?
No, by actual merchants and importers. I didn't attend any of these orgies.
Human perception.
Go ahead and roll it.
I can't wait to see the answer to this. I love how also by the end of this campaign, Arzo's brother is only going to be known for his orgies and not as a blacksmith.
22.
Throughout the lands.
He is entirely honest with you. He also still looks like shit. But as you're staring at him, he's not going to any effort to like do the standard mage response. He's not putting up any glamours. He's, he's tired and upset, but he's not lying to you.
So you passed on like the only entertainment in that village?
I was happy in a monogamous relationship. Shock and awe.
Was that back when you were with Ianto?
Yes! It was very pleasant. I was happy. We were happy, goddammit!
And what changed?
He decided to run away, and I decided perhaps it was time to remove clarify certain things.
Okay, good. What you just said, go find Ianto, say that to him. Now, cousin.
And Javic's like, well, that was what I was going to do as I was getting out of the bed. And he starts to get back out of the bed again.
Oh, no, Javic, after you've recovered. So, Eleanor. What's going on?
She will stare you dead in the eye and not say anything.
I almost died for these papers. So I would really like to know who to thank for that.
Certain of your associates approached me, concerned about certain maneuverings within their own actions of their own. Your little idol mentor.
Never was my mentor. I wasn't that lucky, but keep going.
But I see you don't deny the idle point.
The men invented throwing lightning from your fist. I mean, how awesome is that?
Not as awesome as you think.
Better that spell than, you know, the one that lets you spy on your boyfriend all the time. He says out loud to no person in particular.
Javic is still trying to get up out of the bed. He doesn't answer you.
Oh, by the way, do I see a bit of Javic, like, from the corner of my eye?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna ready an action the moment he's pretty much
Upright.
like, upright. I will telekinesis him back in the bed.
Yeah, this is something that you can definitely do. You can position yourself, particularly because the way of Eleanor is kind of pacing at this point. You can move yourself to kind of like as if you're trying to keep in facial contact with her, so that you can still see Javic, but look like you're not paying attention to him. That's easy to do. So Javic it'll take him a little bit to get up, Eleanor just looks at you and says, "Your own decided that he had begun experimenting with certain things that were perhaps a little bit beyond taboo."
Like curses, for instance.
Like-
Elaborate curses.
And those particular elaborate curses perhaps were more accurately elaborate rituals.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
And
Void magic, probably.
I could not say. But there were reports of a certain stench coming off of his performances before he
course.
disappeared and died mysteriously. Oh, such bullshit.
Yeah, well. He always was one to experiment on a bunch of
Beyond that, you have to
things.
talk to your own people, and I cannot.
But you can tell me who approached you. Because I cannot go to my people, as you call them, which is kind of wrong. I don't particularly have any affinity for any of them. Anyway, if there are traitors in Banard, I need to know at least one person I can trust.
I literally cannot tell you. I can describe them. I can tell you why they approached me. But I literally cannot tell you who.
They magicked you, didn't they?
You think they were first? And it's that, when she says that, as she turns and says that, that's when you see Javic is actually standing upright without leaning on the bed at this point.
Phew.
Yeah, just
Go to bed.
Just roll spellcasting. Even if you fumble, it will happen. I just want to know how this looks. Also, whether or not you get him directly back on the bed.
I mean, I can, so it's not, I can't lift him up.
Yeah.
Because I can only go to an encumbrance of 25.
Yeah, but he's not wearing armor, so he's not.
No, I know, but like
No, but I'm saying
25 is.
Yeah, but I'm saying is he's not wearing armor, so he's barely dressed. You could lift him. Even
Because it's like 50 kilos. 25 kilos. Sorry, so like 50 pounds.
No, an encumbrance. Because, like, a full plate armor set is an encumbrance of 30. Nilfgaardian armor.
Well, then I couldn't even lift a full plate armor. But anyway,
But what I'm saying is, like, but that
I'm
weighs
not
more
putting
than
much
he does.
effort in it.
Yeah, so you're not putting much effort into it. Yeah, you can just knock him back. Yeah, it's fine. He just kind of, he's going to fall back into the bed, and it'll take him a lot longer now to get up because he's also kind of dizzy.
Good.
And as she, you know, she's kind of like, she will sigh and say, "It's like it's not the, you know, thou not the first," as she begins to walk. And now she's spending more time staring out the window.
All right. What did they look like?
Hold, please. Un moment.
Oh yeah, I'm getting my note sheet.
Mm-hmm. I have... Look, I'm sorry there's just so many things in this folder. It takes a minute to find the right thing. Because it's a very big Pinterest board. I'm just gonna say that right out.
Huh?
Hold on. Sorry. 2 seconds. I had it all set up and then it went away. God damn it.
It happens. We get it.
Yeah, it's one of those. I was ready and then I was not ready and then things moved. Why do things keep moving? Oh, here we go.
That is why you need Legend Keeper.
Look,
Not
I have
sponsored.
hashtag not sponsored, hashtag I have a system. It's okay. She describes a tanned-skinned gentleman. Never dark eyes, kind of scruffy beard. Always wore a hat and like a rounded poofed hat with a what we would have called like a Bedouin face cloth that kind of drapes behind his head. And then she'll make a joke about, you know, he tried to compete with your abs all the time. And she will even describe him in, you know, like the dark pants, gold, ostentatious as all hell, belts, robes that he wore, purple and blue and clean.
Just going back for a moment. So you saw his muscles.
He liked to show them off. They weren't that attractive. I mean, they were decent, but I've seen better.
Just making a quick mental note. Eleanor slept with her person that hired her. Okay.
Why do you assume that I slept with her?
Hey, it's a mental note. You don't have telepathy.
An interesting note that you make. I will hold on to it.
I mean, Kadarn doesn't display his abs to everyone. I wear a shirt. I wear a shirt.
Sometimes.
But how buttoned up is it?
Yeah, and sometimes it's not that buttoned up. I'm just
Or
saying.
tied up, you know, depending.
Yeah,
on
but the way
temperature.
she's describing it, the guy's walking like this all the time.
Maybe he
Or
is. We
no,
don't
or
know.
he's just doesn't have it like. He just has it open, like he
Also-
wears a shirt, but he doesn't. close it.
Basically, she describes him not wearing a shirt and just wearing robes and pants all the time. And the hat.
You know, sometimes you just want robes and pants. You don't want to wear a shirt. I get it. I definitely live that lifestyle sometimes. Not in public.
So from her description though, does it ring a bell? Like, have I seen someone?
Roll deduction.
Hey, chat. Now's the time to cash in your blessings.
Nope. Chat is all blessed out. They did not bless you enough. Sorry.
All right.
But we woke up Javic. So
You
that's
did wake
good.
up Javic.
Well, that's gonna
Barely.
be a 16, which is like the lowest I can without fumbling.
That's literally the lowest you could roll without fumbling. The description rings a bell. Is a contemporary of Alzor's.
Okay, so like an old professor type thing.
Yeah. Who definitely embraced the... And you remember it because you remember the robes, and you remember him laughing at not you, but at the situation that gave rise to the orgy. But you can't recall his name.
Okay. I probably never like studied under him.
Yeah, but now that you know him, you can recall that. I can put him in the chat in the NPC doc.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, he was very well known for exactly this outfit.
Oh wow, he's half naked. Okay.
He's just not wearing a shirt.
See,
People don't like shirts.
My mental notes were accurate. Guy just doesn't wear a shirt.
Yeah, but
No.
you said that he slept with Alienor, and that's the only way she saw his abs. I'm saying that she could have just seen them because he didn't wear a shirt.
Well, now I'm going to remove that note from my mind and just find this guy very strange. Who the hell would walk around?
Look, he was
Just-
at Banard, and he was a professor at Banard and didn't interrupt the orgy. Let's leave it at that.
We had the proper permits.
What kind of a horrible country makes you take out a permit for an orgy?
I don't know, but the more I'm going to talk about it, the weirder this thing is going to become.
You don't need permits at Artso's brother's house. Kagan doesn't require no orgy permit.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that Arzo's brother's house doesn't like have like a membership card.
We don't know, actually. We were only invited. We weren't. We all declined. It might get a punch card even. I don't know.
All right, dear cousin, that helps a lot because now I know who I can trust over there.
I didn't say you could trust him. I merely said that he's the one that approached me.
Well, at the very least, if he's going to betray us, he's going to betray us, not just you or me. I mean, if he works for Alzer... Okay, we're not being scried upon. If he works for you-know-who, you know. So, that being that...
You're thinking too simply again, cousin. And at this point, she kind of turns her back on you and is staring diligently out the window.
You know they won't come to fetch me in the next few minutes. In fact, I don't even know why. It's doesn't make sense. I have other things to do than to worry about like folklore coming after me. It's like, what's next? That gingerbread man is gonna try to eat my ankle or something?
And she turns to look at you and like that. It's like you can't tell the difference between a superstitious story and truth. What do they teach you at that school?
Seriously, with my magic, I could animate a gingerbread man and ask him to eat someone's ankles. I'm just saying. Have you ever seen a gingerbread golem? It is theoretically possible.
And she'll then turn to Javic and be like, what are they teaching you at this school? This is supposed to be a primary education, and this is what they're teaching you.
Well, I mean, look, we rank second in the Northern Continent chart of schools for magic, right under Aretusa.
I'm pretty sure from what I remember from my association with certain people there that you're, like, vastly under Aretusa.
No, we're the second out of 2 schools in the north.
Yes.
We're still on the podium. I'm just picturing out of game. You know that meme of the person that wins like last place and he's like spraying champagne and everything and being an ass? That's ban art. That's just ban art. I will need to warn Ianto, Arzo, and Brenna that, well, at least that a powerful mage probably has it in for them. What with them thwarting their first effort. I don't know how many they are. Also, did Mr. Shirtless tell you anything about werewolves?
No. Just
checking.
Why?
Apparently Javic lived in a town surrounded by lycanthropes. So
just lycanthropes? Nothing else? No Vran, no werewolves? Nothing else that will come out in the middle of the night?
They didn't exist when Javic was living there anyway.
Javic, is there anything else weird in your town that you want to tell me about that you're going to get my cousin in danger from?
Yes, please, Javic.
Javic at this point has decided the better part of valor is to pretend to be asleep. Because he may not fear you, Kadarn, but Eleanor is now mad and has found a target.
Well, if you don't mind, dear cousin, I will go talk to the rest of the class. And wish you a good day. And also, did you ever need those letters?
Yes, I did.
Is it too late now, 25 years after the fact?
I mean, they might still be useful, perhaps, to know more about his communication systems and various other things. I mean, it's not really going to help her. She's very dead. Which
Lady
is why I'm kind
Rawlin?
of... Yes. She shot you. I took offense at this.
Oh, wrong target. She's not the one who shot me. That was probably some, low-level guard who didn't know any better.
She's the one that arranged to have you shot.
Yeah, but how about the underpaid guard? He also needs to suffer.
Darling. And she'll, reach up and, pat your cheek, kind of slightly.
Is she cold?
Yes. She's colder than the air of the room.
You should also, wear a scarf or a cloak or something.
She immediately...
Aren't you cold?
Yes, it's a little chilled in here. I should get some more tea.
Yeah, sure. We need to find someone who's good at codes. I think I can find that person. I will hang on to those letters. If you don't mind.
Fine.
Anyway, I almost died for them, so, seems fitting that.
Don't die anymore.
I'll try. I can promise you that. If I die, know that I will have tried. I will have tried to live.
If you die, remember how much pain and agony everyone all around you will be.
I don't think I'm going to care if I die.
Perhaps. Don't get dead. And you stay in that bed, and she will just storm out. She didn't continue any of her commentary the minute you told her that you felt her be cold.
Yeah, I figured. I wanted to see what her reaction would be.
Roll me human perception. And you'll get a +2.
25.
You may ask me 3 questions about her.
Who is she?
I mean, she is...
Yeah,
okay. She is Eleanor Delcroix. She is your cousin, you know?
When she extended her hand, so that's not part of like the 3 questions. It's just like going back to the scene. Was she wearing long sleeves that hid all of her arm, or was part of her forearm bare?
I mean, she's wearing mostly long sleeves, but they're like bell sleeves, so they're not cinched.
Yeah, so when she raised her arm,
yeah, various
to touch
points.
my cheek,
yeah,
like could I have seen the inside of her forearm?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not a doctor,
yes.
right? I'm just a doctor by association. Now that I've spoke with Arzo once.
Yeah, it's like you stayed at Holiday Inn Express last night. Moving on.
Yeah. What color are her veins?
They looked like bluish. I mean, they don't.
Okay.
They did not look nothing on her arm looked abnormal. It looked.
Okay. So that would have been my first question.
Mm-hmm.
Second question. It's more of a favor.
Negotiations.
Can I magical training her hairpin?
Yes.
Because, I know that she always has it, separate from Ianto.
Is she wearing it right now, though?
Right now, her hair has been down.
So she doesn't have her hairpin.
You have seen it on her.
No, okay, but for this scene, it
for
wasn't
this scene in
on
particular.
her. Yeah.
You did see it on her. It wasn't up. She was just
it was
stuck
there.
in her. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, because she always has it, and now I know that she's been magicked more than once.
Mm-hmm.
As she leaves, like, because there's no identify spell.
No, that's magical training, is what it is.
So I would magical training like the hairpin to see, like, okay, what the hell is going on with it?
Mm-hmm.
Would that work as my second question?
Yes, you can do that.
Cool. 19. Sucked.
I will give you this. You'll know 2 factors about this hairpin. And you may ask 1 question after that, once you know these 2 facts.
So I still have 1 question for the hairpin and 1 question for Eleanor. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
Fact number 1, it is magical. Fact number 2, it is not like any magic you could recall ever seeing.
I have my question.
Okay.
Knowing which element of magic I am actually attuned to. Just in case I'm
this
putting
is a
it
case.
here.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
So you remember?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Do I feel a resonance with it?
Hold please. 1 moment. I need to check something. Hold on. I need to check one thing.
No problem.
Because I need to see if it counts or not.
No problem.
No. Is what I'm going to... It's not... Look, I'm gonna tell you I'm gonna give you this. It's not... It's not that. Does your thing attune to more than that? Because I'm trying to remember and I can't find the answer.
Yeah, so it's the domain of this.
Yeah, because that's the other... I need to... Sorry, guys. We're having conversations behind the screen.
Yeah, also what I'm writing behind the screen is...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So the answer then is no. It is not and it's not a magic you have ever seen before.
Nope, I'm fine with. For all of you folks at home, in the Witcher universe, every mage has like an affinity with one of the elements, and it works with emotions and stuff. If you watch the series, you like it's in the second episode, I think. The first one with Yennefer.
Or Yennefer, or what's her name? Who, like, what is
Fringilla?
Yeah, Fringilla when she burns shit, or Triss in the books. She has, it's why she's the youngest person at the Battle of Sodden. Anyways.
So that's it. That's why I'm asking all of this, because normally as a mage, you sort of find certain magic easier to do than others. So that was all my questions on the hairpin. Last question on Eleanor. When she was distressed at Kadern being in danger, was it distress born out of guilt? Or was it distress born out of a feeling of responsibility?
Both and neither.
That doesn't help, but okay. I'll take
it. It's not like it's guilt. Let's put it this way. It's not guilt for you, anything that happened that you can remember.
Okay.
There's a general... you might say that there's a general sense of guilt at her own failure, perhaps is the way to phrase it.
Okay.
You know?
So that would be like my second option, the responsibility. Yeah. So she's freaking out because she feel like it's her fault, but not because she put me in that, but it's her fault because she didn't foresee these things happening or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, it's that there's a sort of failure of duty and responsibility that's that things are snowballing, perhaps.
So so she never envisioned that I could have been in danger. or that it could have been this worse, this bad.
She envisioned you in danger from something, and she was trying to protect you from it, and something went wrong.
Okay. That is all the questions I have.
So, where are Kadern as you leave to find Ianto and Brenna? Where are you headed?
Jeez. Where could they be? I will try. Oh God, what was the? I completely forgot the name of your persona. Trooper.
Bitonus Pod.
Bitonus.
Bitonus Pod.
So I'll go to Lord Bitonus's quarters first.
I am there,
Mm-hmm.
but you are not, if I recall.
Me?
Didn't you leave?
No.
Oh, you're still there?
Yeah. Yes.
We
Cat
cutscened
here.
to
Yes.
basically you saying,
Because I mentioned Kadern and we
Yes.
cut to.
and that was happening at the same
I said I'm
time.
not the boss of him. He can do whatever
Yes.
the fuck he
So then
wants.
we
He's not
rewound.
necessarily going to help me.
Yes.
And I think that would be like, because I want this dramatic moment. I want that to be the door open of like, I'm not the boss of him, and in walks Kadern.
Yeah. Case in point.
Am I interrupting something? Because I can leave you two alone.
No, you're fine. I'm just. We'll just have like the one. Give me just 1 second. Hang on. I'm very concerned, Ianto. I just don't show it the way you do. I don't convey emotions terribly well, if you haven't noticed.
So we're all gonna die.
I figured as much. Just a matter of when. Is it
Uh,
soon?
Maybe. Your family is somehow implicated in
My family? Is it, but be more specific when you say.
Well, I meant you. I'm looking around if there's like no other person. If we're all by ourselves, I'll say Ianto and Javic, and also probably Ardzo and myself too, but to a lesser degree.
Fun.
There's this very interesting fella at Banard, a professor who is no longer allowed to teach.
Because he practiced necromancy by any chance?
Among other things, yes.
Maybe he's the person we're looking for.
Maybe. He's also, rumor has it, one of the reason you are what you are, Brenna.
Oh, it's one of those mages that did the Witcher experiments.
Yeah, well, mutations are incredible, and it's a fascinating subject, but he got
And
kicked
they work,
out.
right? Mm-hmm.
No, that's just because the others are fool and they don't know how it works. Anyway, the point is...
Or if they think you're full elf and they... Whatever, never mind. You're only half elven, so that's another... Yeah, keep going.
This, the woman, Lady
Dishalom?
30, Lady
No.
33 holes in the chest.
Oh, Filiberta. That was...
Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Lady Filiberta was in...
That's like a moment of, oh. In front of Ianto. Just...
Am I looking?
Cool.
I look at Brenna and just go, am I saying things I shouldn't be saying?
No, it's fine. You already said it. It's
Okay.
I just hadn't gone into detail about
Ianto's looking like, I don't, what?
Filiberta.
Like, what? Like, there's like, this is what?
Filiberta died a horrible, horrible death, befitting of her station as a bitch.
Thank you.
What?
Do you want it expanded upon? Is that what you are asking me? She wasn't a
Oh,
bruxa.
she was the puppet.
No.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, I get it. No,
Maybe this
don't
is a
think so.
good. It's the fangs. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that could
it's like-
also be a giant were-scorpion.
It has a. I don't. We'll figure it out. You know, Philibert wasn't a bruxa. She was just a mage. Witch. Well, more likely a witch.
Well, I would say probably more like a sorceress than anything.
Oh.
In her mirror, I saw Mr. What's-His-Face, whose name I shall not pronounce for fear
Right.
of, painting a target on
Oh,
all
is
of our
that good,
backs.
huh?
Yes. So
Right.
to make a long story short, I sort of got entangled with this about 2 decades ago.
Mm-hmm.
And really, I did not know. Oh, wait. Yes. Do you need paper?
Paper.
What year? It's like
10:30.
today is 10:50. It's 10:30.
Oh, it would have been 20. Sorry, I wasn't sure.
So today's is currently 10:50. And so 20 years ago it'd been 10:30.
Yeah.
And he's like, and he writes down 10:30 or 10:27.
10:30.
10:27.
Oh, okay. I had
Oh.
10:30 in my.
No. You have 10:30 in your head, but there's a reason why it is actually 10:27. It's sorry, Kadarn. You did get a little fucked up falling off that building.
Yes.
A lot fucked
What's
up.
so significant about 1027?
Is that story going to be somehow longer? Wait, were you the underpaid guard who shot me?
I could see it.
I mean, could be one of your disguises. Would have been a great disguise.
I don't just think he goes for the guard thing usually, though. I mean, you could cut a cunning guard, but
Mhm.
And he's about to hand it to you, but he takes it back
Are we really going to play this game?
and he hands it to Brenna. And it says, like there's not a ... but there's like clearly you can tell from like a ink flow, right, that there's like a bit of a pause there, right?
like little drag before you. Yeah.
I burned Alvar alive and left him for dead in 1027.
We need to talk about this. I don't think you burned him alive. I think you said he was dead and didn't also check him. If Arzo says someone's dead, they're dead.
He puts back and says, you told me I don't understand how witchers work, their metabolism.
At some point I said that, sure, but not necessarily when you burnt him. If Arzo said he was dead, who's serviced witchers?
I was not burnt.
No,
Nor do I
there was
remember.
a witcher. There was a witcher who died in 1027.
Was it in
Who's not
Bruges?
dead anymore.
Not in Bruges? Okay. All that to say,
Near
Yes.
Kagan.
wasn't that? Oh crap, Kagan again. All right, let's just put that in the conspiracy board. I'll get back to that and Kagan later, Ianto. That might just maybe help. Anyway, where was I? Yes, tangled with them through one of his apprentices, who's now dead. Filiberta and her, Lady Rewallen, were at some point or another, maybe not at the same time, but they were both the apprentice of this particular mage. And this mage is clearly wanted by the Brotherhood, because he's dangerous maniac, albeit a very, very intelligent dangerous maniac.
I mean, necromancers, I would imagine.
Oh no, he also invented throwing lightning out of your fingers.
Oh, that is wonderful to hear.
Yeah, no, I know. Oh, it's a spell I
think I've seen you use it. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Very efficient.
So you're saying he could easily invent new curses and spells to do that type of thing, and rituals, complex ones that could put a whole town into a sleeping curse and siphon their life force.
So, when you are talented like I am,
oh yes, I wouldn't know anything about that. So please go on.
You learn that you are closer to certain areas of magic than others. Like some people just take to alchemy like a fish takes to water. Others would take to fire magic, probably because they're pyromaniacs. Others take to water magic because water magic is like the most basic, so they're just basic people. And then you have hexes, curses, and the like. Once you start dipping your toe in hexes and curses, it's a slippery slope.
Slippery slope?
To devise ritualistic curses or ritual-based curses that, require magic symbols and can affect a lot of people and blah, blah, blah. The scroll, the parchment, was written in the same ink that these letters, and I'm showing Lady Rewallin's correspondence, were written with. Basically, same ink.
Penmanship's the same.
To be not necessarily exactly the same. I don't know. I'm not a specialist, but that ink
over 20 years,
something...
your handwriting can change a little bit, I suppose.
Well, she's also dead. The person who wrote these letters is dead.
There's a lot of people who are allegedly dead that aren't, and are just walking around. I suspect necromancy.
Well, that person is one such, the professor.
Great. I'll just add her to the list of people who are dead but not now.
But here's the kicker.
Starting list. Yeah.
This ink cannot be purchased. It needs to be made. It's like artisanal.
Artisanal ink.
Which means that whoever knows how to make it either sold it, over 2 decades, whatever, to these two seemingly connected individuals, or it's just ink that is made, right before the person in question needs to write something or draw a circle. Yes. Oh, thank you.
What ingredients are in this ink?
Don't know yet. I need to sit down and figure that out.
You have a lot of studying to do.
I was chewing out my cousin. Yes, thank you.
Hellebore, Mandrake, Snowdrop, ? Fistek, ?
I did not try to snort it, but, and I'll put that paper in my pocket. I would not be surprised.
Artso has a very good nose.
I can also, well, I don't have a good nose. I know Artso has many talents.
Yes.
And also,
I think he could craft healing reagents off of smell alone. It's probably what you get for living by yourself in the woods with nothing but mushrooms and herbs for many years.
Yeah, well, I mean, he can smell that, and his brother would probably smell other things that he can identify by.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, I think I know why he was taken, his brother.
Oh, do go on.
My theory is, so, to circle back to everything, basically Javic and you too. I do not know why, but this person has it in for Javic.
they cursed the entire village. They used the werewolves, who are probably immune to that curse, being cursed being themselves.
The werewolves didn't show up until after. Well, they showed up to kidnap Arthur's brother,
They
and since they
were-
weren't around for any of the rituals, though.
No. Of course not. But they were around.
We're not in town at the time, no.
Probably in the surrounding woods.
In the woods,
Trying to
but
make
we were
sure
in the
that-
surrounding woods, so we didn't get affected.
No. But what I meant is it's nothing to do with the curse. They were there to make sure that no one would get to Javic in time. I'm handing like a bunch of paper to Ianto.
It's really
Ianto.
quick.
Yeah.
Did you read my letter?
Oh!
I think didn't it say only open after he fell under a curse? Should I curse you? Do you want me to get? We have as a stamp, as a seal. We could curse you if you want.
What does it say?
Give me 1 second. 1 second. It's in the Discord.
Ooh.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ooh, it is a PDF.
It is a PDF.
Oh.
Mhm. It is.
It's
Fancy.
a 42 meg PDF. Jesus.
That's because it came from sometimes things are not. It's not compressed.
Oh,
3
yeah.
pages.
Also, fancy thing.
I tried to get something that was fancy, but not too fancy. And so,
Darren. The R goes after the Y, and the E goes before the D. But it's okay. Let me read it very quickly. Before, out of game, Trooper, is it okay if I read it out loud?
Yes.
Like for
Yes,
chat
you may.
and everything. Okay.
Yeah.
Before I leave the castle, I want to make sure you know all the details of the situation in Kagan as far as I know, because I don't know if the rest of them will tell you everything. They may forget, they get distracted. I'm not a mage, so I don't have the knowledge of magic, and I'm not a witcher, so I don't have lesser knowledge of magic. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, what he said. Go on.
But I can tell you what I know, or at least what details I can recall. But know that I have clearly misunderstood many things, and as I have learned, I really don't know much. So, there had been for a few months rumors of a gang of robbers waylaying merchants on the road into Beauclair, which I didn't care about because it didn't impact my business. Then it did. I learned that the bandits were werewolves, and that they had taken the name of my gang, the Wolves, which, at that point, Kadarin turns to Ianto.
Arzo
Yes.
told me this.
Yours weren't werewolves, right? Okay. Your name was cool. Theirs was tacky. In order to cause us trouble. Oh, so it's not a lack of imagination. Okay. We learned the gang was connected to a tavern in Beauclair, so these werewolves knew exactly where my gang was based, and they were targeting us on purpose. Oh, shit. Here we
Not
go.
Beauclair, Bellhaven.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
Replace
Oh,
Beauclair
yeah.
with Bellhaven.
No, that suddenly revives memories in Simon's head of events in Bellhaven. So these werewolves knew exactly where my gang was based, and they were targeting us on purpose. But there is more to this. The gang had magical tattoo marks that looked differently for different people. A sort of camouflage. Also, the werewolves themselves had some sort of illusion on them. These werewolves, or their minions, attacked Arzo and us at Arzo's cabin in the woods. They also drugged and kidnapped Arzo's brother. Arzo's brother sold manacles to some villains with a basement. And in that basement was Alvar, a witcher I set on fire and left for dead a few decades ago. My first lover. Ianto, you and I need to talk about your choice of lovers. I thought he was dead when I set him on fire. I would too. Understandably. This gang also captured one of my associates and tortured them for information. My sympathy. All targeted. There were also wanted posters looking for Brenna issued by the Deschalon house. Well, all the more reason to go after her. We learned that the gang was stealing hellebore. Hellebore was used in the ritual, of course. But before we get to the ritual, we learned that there
Stealing
were city
fist
guards.
tech. Stealing fist tech.
Stealing fist tech. Yeah.
And well, some of it was our fist tech, but some was like hellebore that we were going to make
Hellebore
into
with
fist tech.
fist
Yeah.
tech. Yeah.
But the
But they
important
were
thing that they
stealing the
were
fist tech.
stealing is the fist tech, is the drug. Hellebore you can just find in a tree in the woods.
Yeah.
We're taking our fist tech, which we needed to sell.
We learned that there were city guards in Beauclair who complained about the bandits.
Bellhaven.
Bellhaven, okay, sorry. We're told by officials in Tucson not to do anything about it. So it seems this is a bigger thing, effectively. But about the curse, we met a priest of Veopatus named Baldwin, who was in town for the Embolic Festival. Huh? When we got back to town, missing the festival, we found everyone asleep. They were drugged with a mixture of hellebore and mandrake and snowdrops, which, what we know now. Everyone in town was asleep. The well was contaminated. There were 5 points in a tiny
In
town
Fistic.
square. What Fistic?
There's
Where?
also Fistic and the drug for the ritual.
In the
infidels.
okay. That seemed to be part of the ceremony. They were taking all the energy of the people and siphoning it to, we don't know, Baldwin, something else, probably something else. We learned Baldwin supposedly died decades earlier and seemed to have also used either illusion magic or memory altering magic because other people don't recall having seen him, people who we saw talking to him. That's interesting. Anyway, the curse is broken, but Baldwin was still in town. He almost killed me. I was saved by Brenna, but Baldwin looked at me with specific hatred in his eyes for me as he stepped over my burning body. Holy shit, you were burnt?
It's pretty bad, actually. Yeah.
You do not look burnt at all, sir.
Artso does very good work.
Wow. That seems specifically targeted. Yeah, he teleported away. Do priests teleport? No.
No.
Oh, I also came upon a bandit in Kagan who was trying to burn down Javic's home. Baldwin, if it was him, is still at large. I don't understand it all, but I do know that some of the targeted attacks happened before the ritual. Oh, the werewolf gang was based out of the Bellhaven bar, the Bitterwood. I have something else to add. Yes, one of the, if I remember correctly, bouncers for the Bitterwood was a very strapping lad.
Well, that was a different bar, but yes.
Okay. Anyway, one of the bandits, not the werewolves, looked like someone from my childhood, but then didn't. I don't know much, but this feels very large. It seems personal, and I don't know why. I don't know why they have been targeting us even before the ritual, but this is personal, yes. They had my lover from 25 years ago. They tortured my associates. They targeted my gang. They specifically targeted Brenna's family and were seeking information on her. They sought out Artso and kidnapped his brother to catch him out. They tried to burn down Javic's house and sent him this letter. Also, they beat Kagan's Baron's lover pretty badly. Much more badly than anyone else. This was all personal. Why? The Baron's lover was not from Kagan, but from Tucson. I should also tell you that before everything went down, I got a letter, mysterious. This is what it said. The star's fallen, the way's been opened. It was held by those who are now dead. Come to me, my friends, for I have opened the way. Your friend in peace, B.
Question: are you reading this out loud as Kadarn?
No, actually.
Okay.
I'm keeping it to
no.
but I am, reading it out loud for chat. I don't know what the letter means or who sent it, but could it be connected? I don't know about what is happening here, but I ask you to help my sister and Artso, of course. You know things. You are smart. Also, good looking. Forgot to add that. You can help them solve this. If you need payment, I will find a way. Now that you think of it, I've been doing everything pretty much pro bono so far.
You're not alone.
All of my commentaries to Ianto, I say them out loud.
Yeah.
To be fair, you did get paid by
Kagan. Yes, but everything since Kagan.
You got married and got
personal.
you got the ring.
I did, yeah, but that was something that she never thought was gonna happen anyway, and that was
Okay.
Actually, the Witcher community wouldn't consider that payment because they're
The only family we have that is unaccounted for, my mother was killed by harpies. My father, a jewel crafter, abandoned the family. Brenna's father, what? And then I look at Brenna.
What? Why did you write about me? I look at Ianto.
Are you actually royalty?
I'm Javic's Did you not know I was Javic's sister?
No, I meant from a line of kings, not from just like nobles. I
Well,
thought you were like
Javic
the
is-
daughter of a countess or something.
Well, I'm the countess now. No, Javic is Radovid's son.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
That's why it
so
was
I'm.
insufferable.
I didn't share a mother with Javic. I shared a father with Javic. I shared a mother with Ianto.
Oh, okay. That's
So father was
Really got-
Radovid. My mother was a seamstress.
for what it's worth, Ianto. You got probably the best end of the deal, judging by how insufferable your brother was. Being born out of privilege is probably not the best thing. Anyway, that is all I can think of. So, you just completely destroyed my theory.
Oh, and if you mention the symbols, I can show it to you. Because I got a paper copy. I don't have the flesh bit anymore. I don't have the hand.
Oh,
I was talking about the werewolf bandits that had the symbols. They had a piece of paper. It was on one of them's hands, so I carried it around for a little while. And then I transferred it onto paper.
What exactly happened to this chained prisoner?
I don't. Yeah, there he goes.
Ardzo's brother freed him because he didn't get paid, and he's
Valid.
in Ardzo's brother's house.
He is still alive, as far as we know.
Yeah. Yeah, also medical attention to him, so he should be fine.
And Ardzo's
recovering. He
brother-
couldn't
oh, yep.
speak though. His throat was messed up a bit.
Well, I mean, we found a way with Ianto, so we can find a way with them as well.
He also couldn't see. He had something with his eyes.
He was
But he-
tortured.
He
I
could
should-
probably write
Yeah, I
if we
should
got
learn.
him paper.
Yeah, or I would loathe to do that, but we can always use your brother to like speak with his mind.
I think they communicated a little bit.
And Ardzo's brother was the smith who crafted the manacles.
And this Witcher, Alva, is also a Viper Witcher, so he might have information on the wild hunts that could prove useful if they're after you.
Yes. I don't understand why you would kidnap someone who just made manacles. Were they special? Were they made out of dimeridium?
I don't think so.
He's just...
They kidnapped Ardzo's brother to get Ardzo,
Oh, okay.
I think.
Okay.
Because
We,
I
did,
thought...
we didn't really ask them. We just stabbed a lot.
My original theory was that the werewolves were actually being used to potentially prevent anyone from reaching Javic in town. They got rid of Ardzo's
They're all along
brother.
the road. Yeah.
Okay, no.
Someone is behind them, though, I'm fairly certain. Doing
Yes.
magics.
Yeah, well.
I burned my lover alive 23 years ago. You had a problem with this apprentice 23 years ago. Brenna, what were you doing 23 years ago?
Excellent question. I'm pretty sure it's just doing stuff with Gavril.
Just having a
But,
lovely time, not doing anything weird. Everything was fine.
As far as you know, it was. You were still stationed here. It was 23
Yeah, I
years.
was-
23 years ago, I believe, was just about before the birth of Lawrence.
It was just before that, I think.
Yeah, because Lawrence 22, I believe.
Yeah, because
Let's
23 years
double
ago,
check.
I would have been exactly, because I'm 50, like 52, 53. 53. So, So, I would've been 30?
Yes.
40, 50, yeah, I would have been 30.
Lawrence is 22. Yeah, it was just before Lawrence was born.
Just before Lawrence
So
was born.
when he was conceived then.
Within that, or she was pregnant.
Yeah.
I was stationed working here with Gavril. Hanging out with Gavril. I met Alienor not too long after, a couple of years after.
Well, there is
Zdenka was
definitely-
pregnant. Gavril's second wife. That's all.
It was held by those who are now dead.
He says, I met Arzo 23 years ago.
It may just be a coincidence, but 23 years ago, what prompted you to burn your lover alive? Sorry to pry, but it might be
I
important.
thought he was dead. Probably was, because necromancer.
Wait, what? Oh, you
Well,
gave
just
him...
a necromancer around. He's reviving people, maybe.
No. I mean, was it? Did you know? Did you know he was alive when you burnt him, or was it just like a funeral?
Yeah. It says, we were traveling to meet his family, and he was killed by a manticore, or I thought he was, and so I burned his body and left it, but he must not have died.
He could have just survived by himself and not be, resurrected through magic.
It's
vile
possible.
magic.
We have to speak with him. We didn't ask.
No,
I
of
was
course.
busy dealing with the curse. I didn't talk a lot with him.
Ianto, was this Alvar fellow someone who spoke of the contracts he had? And if so, just so you can write everything on the same piece of paper, if so, what was the last contract he had before being killed by that manticore?
I'm going to have to ask Prax this. And what it says is we were together for 10 years and we traveled together. So I know some, but not all. So we were traveling, right, from...
And you were making your way south to the Viper School because he was taking you home with him to... He said to meet the family, is what he said.
Yeah.
Most recently, before the Manticore, you don't remember a specific contract. You do remember that he was stopping occasionally and picking up various... he was picking up stuff on the way back. He had more stuff with him that he was carrying, but not...
So, he's picking up things along the way, right?
And he was stopping at very specific locations. But, where people seem to know him, but that's not uncommon for Witchers. They usually kind of travel. Hey, Kadan, could you roll me a d10, please?
No.
Just a question about that. I assume that when he's stopping at specific locations to pick up things, he's also picking up traveling supplies.
Yeah,
Food,
he's picking
water,
up traveling
et cetera.
stuff, but there's also, he was letters and he was talking to people. There didn't seem to be, a contract, immediately when you began your trip south, right?
Okay.
The whole trip south, once he says, why don't you come meet my family, was, there were a couple incidences on the road where he picked things up, but it was more along the lines of, oh, we're traveling through this town and they're having problems with drowners. I'll deal with the drowners.
Yeah.
You'll pay
So
me,
I imagine,
it's fine.
yeah, I imagine it was sort of like oh, you're a Witcher, we have a problem, and then he would...
Yeah, but
he
it
didn't have,
wasn't. But it wasn't a specific contract that he was seeking out. Cool.
And then he sort of writes that out, right? And if there were any places that I remember, I would have written them down, the places that he stopped, if there are ones that I remember.
They're mostly towns along the road south to Belhaven.
But we never made it.
But you did start near Bruges. When you had started, Bruges is the city near Sidaris, which is the free sport city.
No. What is the capital city of my hometown?
Redania?
Yes. What is the capital city of Redania?
Yeah. No, you started in Redania, but you were kind of wandering and meandering. When he said, "Why don't you come meet my parents?" It was in Bruges.
Okay.
Cadarn.
Mm-hmm.
It's really frickin' cold in here.
Something's going on. The temperature just dropped.
Is that true?
Is my pendant going off more than before?
A little bit, but you don't feel cold. But again, Witcher. But also, Ianto, you don't feel cold at all. It's really nice and comfy. You could...
I don't think it's cold, but my medallion is a little more active than before.
It's magic cold.
Again?
I'm gonna try a dispel.
Cool.
You did get shocked earlier. Perhaps this is a side effect from that. It just took a minute to kick in. Or that was the wild hunt is almost upon us.
I touch his forehead.
So, how?
I have put my hand on a sword just in case.
Just out of curiosity, Deirdre, in your game, do you want me to like blindly spend stamina?
No.
Okay.
Roll first.
Roll first, and then you're gonna tell me how much it'll cost.
Blinding spend stamina just seems mean. You might fail the roll.
Exactly.
In which case, it would be like you spend 2 stamina and you just didn't do it. I would still make you spend a stamina or 2, but I'm not going to make you be like, oh, it was a 20 level stamina spell and you have to burn 10.
Yeah, does a 17 work?
No.
I put my hand on his forehead.
He is cold to the touch.
And I give him this weird look, like, that seems very weirdly meaningful and, like, suspicious. Like, I'm suspicious of something about you. And then I sort of tap Brenna.
Yes? What?
I take her hand, and I put it on his forehead.
Is it cold?
Yeah. Enough to register for you, which is,
Wow, that's pretty cold. I can feel it.
He taps Brenna.
Yes. What's that face? I mean, I know it means you're worried, but what about specifically? I'm not happy.
And he walks over to a candle.
By the way, Kadarin, you don't spend any stamina.
Okay, cool.
Because when you go to dispel it, you realize there's no spell in effect to dispel.
Okay. I just need to bio very quickly.
Yeah,
I'm really
go.
sorry.
While the siblings have a rating talking conversation.
Mm-hmm.
He just writes down something, and he holds the piece of paper sort of
She'll come over close.
right over the candle, and he just points to it, and he looks to see the moment you finish reading it, and then he burns it.
What does it say?
And you can tell that he's perhaps not feeling good about this. And it just says, don't say anything. But Eleanor is also cold like this.
I think that's all that she says. It's just like, no, I'm not happy about that. Is that she just has like that.
And just like,
her facial expression doesn't change much. She's just like, thank you. I read it. Yes.
it says Florent, 23 years.
Lawrence is about 30 years old, yes. Sedenka was pregnant with him about 23 years ago. He's 22.
Your medallion stops vibrating.
Oh, shit. I just heard. Is Kadarin okay? Is everything all right?
He seems to be fine. Well, we'll ask him if he's done anything.
I don't know, is it?
Are you okay?
Do you do anything when the two of them go huddle off in a corner and, try and make sure that that you can't see what Ianto is trying to tell his sister? In a very obviously, conspiratorial way.
It's a sibling situation. But we don't look at you while I do it.
Yes, you did. You just said you glanced back at Kadarin.
Well, yeah, but it's not like I'm looking at him being like, did you see his nose? It's not like I'm doing that. just making sure I can talk to my sister.
What do you do anything in this moment?
Oh, and I did let him know that when he told me about that, it was when Alvar told me about meeting his family was near Bruges.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said that to you. It took like less than a minute for him to
It was real quick.
secret with that thing.
I'm gonna do a thing.
Is it dance
Please
dramatically?
don't let it be a teleport.
No. If I'm gonna take the letters,
Mm-hmm.
because I know they were enchanted.
Mm-hmm. And
I'm
encoded,
going-
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm going to put them like I'm gonna exit the room, leave the door open.
No, I can't. I follow. I don't care what my brother's writing. Alienor told me not to leave him alone.
I'm just leaving.
Once you're still
God,
inside of the door, if you just step
Brenna.
outside, if you don't,
Yeah,
if you walk
I step
outside,
I'm just
Yeah.
gonna put the letters down, like on the ground, a bit farther away.
mm-hmm.
Go
As long as I
back
can
into the
see
room.
you.
Go back into the room. Try to be as far away as possible from the paper, to see if there's a difference in temperature. Like if the cold was emanating from this.
Go ahead and... No, you don't feel any change in temperature.
Okay. I'm gonna go grab the letters again because I don't
Yeah.
want them to fall in other.
I imagine this is when my amulet steps in. I'm like, fuck shit.
Yeah, that's about when he walks back
I
in.
just turn to look at you.
Yeah.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I am. It got cold for a moment.
Walk up to him again. Really?
Touch his forehead.
My amulet stopped.
He's no longer feels cold to the touch.
I don't like it. I'm going to go upstairs to check on Eleanor. Do you want to come with me, Kadan? Something weird just happened magically, and I want to make sure everyone's all right.
Do you
yes.
make anything of the letter? The dead?
Oh, what? Huh? Sorry.
Do you
I
make
think-
anything of the letter? The dead?
Are you walking and talking, or are you stopping him from going?
I mean, stopping him from going before he leaves because I want him to be able to read it.
Honestly, this is a lot of information, but I believe that, like you, there's something more afoot. I am not ruling out the dead.
Florent was the one who was engaged to the Deschalon, right?
Lorian was, but he's the younger one. Lawrence is the older one.
Oldest one.
Mm-hmm. The younger one was the engaged one.
Ianto will follow those two. Shut the door.
Power walk a little bit.
So you're power walking
And looking around, but checking on Eleanor, because if she was cold too, and Kadarn suddenly stopped feeling cold, he got a weird cold thing, and like it was all and then it stopped. That's she just wants to check on, touch bases with everybody, make sure everyone's okay.
Can you roll me awareness?
I can.
You could definitely, any one of the number of servants will definitely tell you that Eleanor is staying, is following directions and remaining in, your lordship's study, is playing, 20?
Yeah.
You open the door to the study. The window to the right of the
Open.
is open.
I thought the windows didn't open.
They don't.
Oh. Interesting.
Oh, so it's broken.
But in a
Is
way
what
that
you're
is like
saying.
somebody cut very precisely the
Oh,
wood,
great.
the wood and
Awesome.
stone.
Yeah, like they were polite, so you
They
could put it back
removed
into
the
place
frame.
afterwards.
Yeah.
They removed the frame,
Yeah.
which is like really, because this is a stone wall, and someone is lying on the floor.
Who's lying on the floor? Is it Eleanor? Is it
Or-
Gavril?
Is it someone else?
Is it? It could be a third party that we don't know about. It could be one of the servants. Guard.
It definitely seems like it's Eleanor passed out behind the desk.
I'm going to rush to
Fuck.
her.
Yeah, same.
Uh,
But someone get Artso. Not you, Kadan. You need to stay here. I just yell. I think she just yells, "Someone get Artso!" So that a servant in the hall can.
Kadarn, can you roll me magical training?
I
Yeah.
also want to know when we see Eleanor, I will clutch her pendant, the one that I have, the necklace that she gave me. Is it cold?
There's no reaction from it whatsoever. Not cold, not hot.
I'm going to investigate her. Like
Yeah.
Like a search, like a look.
She okay? Is she all right? I'm guessing this is like a first aid, maybe. Like a, oh God,
For
are you okay?
what do you do?
Kadarn,
Mm-hmm.
as you clutch that pendant and you see Ianto and Brenna rush over to your cousin and reach to try and see how she is or whatever's going on,
33 for awareness on.
you realize that this is all not right. And as Ianto crosses onto the
I was-
desk,
Going to say wait, but okay.
you can say it, and we'll
Yeah.
have a dramatic moment as he crosses.
Don't.
33 awareness.
Stop!
Yeah, it's a great 33 awareness,
see.
but it,
Do I need practice paranoia?
Oh, that's true.
I have a question about that. Hold on, please.
Mhm.
This is a question I don't think I've ever actually had an answer to because it. Hold on, it's a very
We
important
need
question.
Admiral Akbar to just yell, "It's a trap!" Whenever
Criminals
these
all
things
share practice
happen.
paranoia that keeps them out of trouble.
Yeah,
Whatever
yeah, no,
cri-
hold on.
criminal-
But I'm saying,
Yeah.
but it's not actually going to include this.
So not a trap, booby trap, or ambush.
Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing. It is technically not a trap because
Or an
it's
ambush.
It's the closest answer I can give you.
okay. So, thank you. It does count. I need practice paranoia, not awareness.
Okay.
Awareness will not help you in this. Practice paranoia.
Look. You know, if you have it, use it.
But yes,
maybe.
so this is you're grabbing the thing, you feel something, you start to shout, which we'll say is part of this practice paranoia moment.
So if I get through, that's when the awareness comes in. I'm not going to use my luck because Ianto is planning on using that luck for a different thing.
I'm just gonna, yeah, okay, we'll see.
Yeah, but this is like the end.
22.
22? Are you sure you don't want to spend just like...
Just like a few luck, because this is the end. This is where we leave, like cliffhanger. I have a feeling.
Yeah, but we'll get a better cliffhanger if I don't spend the luck.
Really though? I don't know.
Either
we'll
way.
get a bruxa to the face, but yes.
Yeah.
Would I do that? No. You reach out and you cross this room, and the minute you step on to the carpet, the door slams shut, the whole room seals. The image of Eleanor on the ground disappears, and the room starts to spin.
And I'm the only one in the room, yes?
No, all of you are in the
No,
room.
All three of us are in the room.
But you crossed into the...
The zone.
Trap zone, yeah.
Into the trap.
Sorry, I had to double check and see if something was a thing, and then I got...
And it also makes sense that that Ianto is
But
not
it's...
able to...
Well, it's... Yeah, but that's it.
Because he's not... competent, and so it
You are
works that he
very
doesn't.
competent. You just didn't see
Yeah,
the
he could
giant
have had his
magical sword.
competent moment.
Yeah,
You know, it's fine.
but the room is sealed. I need all 3 of you to make. I think it's technically a resist torture check, or is it
Oh, boy.
endurance? Oh please.
I don't know, but resist-
coercion.
yeah.
So it's probably endurance.
Because resist torture
It's
is in
cyberpunk. Yeah.
yeah.
It's
And Mekton.
and Mekton.
Yeah, it's weird because you would think that it would be in The Witcher.
But
You'd
it's not.
Just like you'd also think there'd be seduction in cyberpunk, but you know.
Oh yeah.
There is a seduction.
No.
There's a charm
No.
roll.
It's a charm roll. But not a seduction.
Yeah, I would say that endurance might be the best bet. Endurance, or because it's not
resist magic? It's not resist magic, though?
It's not really. I mean, you could use either your choice, either for both of you, for all of you, resist coercion or endurance, because this is about the physical reaction that you have as the room starts to spin.
I'm not gonna roll resist coercion. I'm gonna roll endurance. And I'm gonna use the rest of my luck.
I suppose we'll go with resist coercion because I feel like his body's real bad. It's not gonna be good either way, but 17. That's pretty decent for him, actually. I think it's almost a max roll.
I got an 18.
The score you needed to beat was a 16, so right now you're all physically standing upright. You feel dizzy as fuck, but you are not passed out. And we'll find out what happens to all of you.
We're in that
week.
we're on that ride in the fair, and you're just like
Like when you get your centripetal
against the
force is
walls.
pushing you against
Yes.
the wall. Yeah, that's why I needed to see if it was.
but the door's locked and they won't let us off the ride.
Will the awareness kick in next session?
The awareness will kick in next session.
Okay.
I will remember it, but that was like the awareness wasn't going to help you because there wasn't anything physical to see.
Yeah, no, this was just to look at the
Yeah.
At
Everything that you saw. Yeah. It was.
No. So the question is, I suppose, is Alienor actually not existing anymore?
No.
I will use for that. We'll use this. There is Alienor you do now see in the room, but she wasn't lying on the floor. She is currently tied to Gavril's chair behind his desk.
Tied to his chair. That's great. Oh boy. Okay, cool.
Sorry, I tripped the trap, everybody. You're all gonna die. It's fine. But I think I'll be fine because I think it's my friend. I don't know why she's back, but I think I'll be fine.
Your friend, though? I have a feeling it's not.
I feel like she's totally my friend. She loves me.
I have a feeling it's not your alleged friend.
No, I know. It's probably somebody
I have
else.
a feeling it's like maybe Wild Hunt related, maybe, because it was so cold.
I just feel like the Wild Hunt's not going to tie up Alienor and tie her to a chair.
We don't know what the Wild Hunt is and isn't going to do.
I've heard a lot of folk tales. And in my folk tales, they don't tie people to chairs.
I'm a witcher.
They just chase them down.
Then they capture them. Technically, they capture a lot of the times. And that looks like a heckin' capture, if I do say so myself.
They're wraiths who hunt
They're
people
not
in the
wraiths.
woods. They're totally wraiths.
They're not. Are you going to talk to the Witcher about what the Wild Hunt is?
No, I'm just going to let you have
Yeah,
it.
that's what I thought.
But yes, are we having fun? Did we
Yes.
enjoy ourselves? Are we okay?
Oh, whew. Well, I mean, I'm okay. I don't know how Alienor is or the rest of us.
Probably nauseous now.
Maybe.
Very dizzy.
I feel like we're gonna have some excitement.
Oh, and to answer your question, Simon, actually they probably don't know exactly how powerful telepathy is because 90% of the time that Ainfra so for those of you who don't know, there was a previous campaign run by Greg over on Tales from the Grim, which I and Lindy and Trooper and Billy all played in, called Witcher Family of Wraiths, and I played a sorceress, Ainfra. 90% of the time, if Ainfra was using telepathy, I didn't say anything out loud. I was just texting Greg back and forth the entire campaign. when I said I was using telepathy, I've used it twice in public.
But all the rest of the time, she was like, what are they thinking? What are they thinking? What are they thinking? What are they thinking?
Just passive. Just passive. I'm gonna send you a thought in your brain. You can't even stop it. But there are some interesting things. But yes, thank you, Simon, for answering that question for me, because it was a very important question I didn't know the answer to. But that is tonight's Witcher Roads Home. We are going to go around, let everyone say who they are, where you can find them, all that wonderful good stuff. And we're going to start with Heath Layman.
Hello.
We can't hear you. You're very quiet.
Hello.
There we go.
Hello.
I'm Simon at Wandering DM. You can find me tomorrow over on my channel at 8:30 for some more Sentinels of the Multiverse. We have an awesome run of issues going on with the heroes finally getting a costume, getting their own place to live and everything. And it's about to be very interesting. Then on Friday, we have Cyberpunk 5th season, where I think it's our second to last episode. It will actually, yeah. So come check it out. And it will be explosive, I feel like.
Well, Trin's is involved, so of course it'll be explosive, because I feel like that's what she does.
I got to mount a 50 caliber underneath my helicopter last game. It was fun.
And then on Saturday, we have Scion at 1 p.m. Then on Sunday is my last appearance. I don't know if I can divulge the secret, but it's going to be a very special Warhammer game over on Roll For It. Our little group of they're not soldiers. Anyway, the MASH part of the game is over. Now we're going to go into something even sillier. It's the finale of their whole series,
Nice.
Last Ditch. So
Hey, how's the city going? Have you taken the city?
I got trampled by a dinosaur.
Oh. All right. What
Yeah.
kind of dinosaur?
A squigoth.
Oh.
The orcs crash landed on I forgot the name of the planet we're on. Basically, we were like the rear guard, the HQ, and we got attacked from the rear.
Ooh.
It wasn't good. And I mean, the entire game we're part of the 12th. So we're basically high all the time. But I'll tell you about that after the game. So yeah, that's what's going on for me. Oh, and Sunday, I believe we also have on this very channel, Blue Rose.
We do. And you're going to not succumb to fang sickness.
Or maybe I will.
No.
Can't tell me what to do.
I will ground you.
Aren't you his boss? I mean, I feel like
Technically, yes.
you're the boss.
Yes.
You could
He is the
totally,
boss.
You can do what you want.
as was proved with a interesting event. Hey, speaking of people who were involved in that interesting event, hey, Lindy, how did you
Hi.
feel about today?
Oh boy, there was a lot of stuff and some talking and confusion and just stuff in general, and I can't wait to see where all this stuff leads. Yeah, there's just a lot. There was just a lot. But I loved everything that everybody did, practically, pretty much for the most part. You know,
Except for that one thing.
maybe except for that one thing that I will not disclose live on stream or ever. So you just have to wonder about what that one thing was forever.
It's not spending the 2 luck points on the practice paranoia. That's what it was.
Are you sure? Because I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that happened.
Because he wanted to spend those luck points on something else.
That was the end. You were gonna have those things.
It would have depended on what was going on, because
Prax is gonna be like, and this is it, and then end. Like she did.
Yeah,
So,
but
I know
I'm just
Prax,
saying there
so
was
I
going to be
know.
a DM if a thing had been a thing, but it wasn't a thing, so it didn't have anything. But
That
there would have been a
could
DM.
have been at the beginning of the next episode. But anyways, I'm Lindy of Laugh Love Lindy, and you can find me online That's like just everywhere by that name because that's what I do. I just everything. And you can find me online at places like here on Sunday and on Wednesdays for Blue Rose and Witcher, and you can find me on Friday on Troopers channel for City of Light and Shadow, where last week we kicked off the this current season with a solo episode for Freda Engel, and I think it went fairly well. I think I did pretty good.
Although
I think
I was
it could have
disappointed
gone
that you
that
did
I
not
didn't
murder
kill my
your
husband.
husband.
Yeah, well, I gotta eke every last bit of usefulness out of him before we can do that. So
You know a doctor? I'm just saying that he's been unwell for a long time. He was tortured.
It's true.
Valium is a really good thing.
yeah, but I don't want him dead yet.
No, Valium.
Oh yeah, just asleep. Just knock him out.
No, he's not doing much right now because
What do you think what do you think's gonna happen when we get to Germany? Just Valium him up. Personal physician. But right now he just needs to get well enough to travel. And I'm gonna build up so many points to make him think that I really love him. So when it does come time to murder him, he will never see it come. Anyways, I'm not gonna reveal the intricate details of my grand plan, but that's like a brief overview. And there's other things and stuff that's going to happen, and I cannot wait because I feel like that episode could have got a lot worse. Like I could have been assassinated. There's things. It could have gone a lot worse. And I'm very excited for Friday when the whole gang's back together. And on Saturday, so like Saturday is really exciting because we'll be back with our once a month game of Aliens, which does include our wonderful dear Billy as a guest, and we're going to this place called the Egg, and I don't like it. And save us, help us. You can't, but just pray for us, I guess, because that's the only help you can provide. I'm nervous but excited.
I believe actually sleeping pills in the 40s are not Valium, they're phenobarbital, which is like
No,
super healthy.
phenobarbital is a sleeping pill. Valium isn't a sleeping pill. It was a calming agent and was started to give to soldiers during World War I at the end? Or the core component of Valium, I want to say.
There's plenty of meds to knock them out, is what we're saying. We have the ability.
They have a bunch of heroin too, I think.
That's not gonna knock
I
him
got
out.
other uses for that, though. I mean, yeah.
And then, last but not least, Trooper.
Yes.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing very well. And Valium is 1960. So,
yeah, but the core component is earlier.
Yeah, that which is it's part of the benzodiazepine.
There we go.
Family.
I was using it generically. There we go.
So, no, that's 1955. So
The
I wonder if they were doing World War I.
Anyways, we'll come back to it.
Yeah, we'll come back. We're gonna find out what drugs they were doing in World War I because we care about this sort of a thing. Because I
Like, look,
like to
it's
know.
me. You know that.
Yeah, like I like to know these things. I'm doing very well. Let's see. I want to give love to Simon because Kadern is not secretive. And by that, I mean, he tells people all the things, even the things that people say, don't tell them those things. And he's like, oh, you didn't mean like us though, right? And it was delicious. I love that very much.
I'm gonna learn some things today. That's fine.
There's a reason I have 0 points in politics.
Nice. Because
The same for Brenna though, but like she can keep her mouth shut.
that's because she can't lie.
There's a major difference in Brenna and Kadern's personality.
That's also very true.
Yeah.
And it's not just the Witcher versus Mage thing.
Yeah.
Well, some of it has to do with whether they've been to orgies or not.
And stabbing.
Right. And there's a song from Laugh-In that I feel like is very much a Brenna song. It's I've never been to a love-in, and I feel like that would be Brenna's song. And I feel like Kadern would be like, I have been to love-ins, quite a few of them, and that's the difference between them. That's the only difference. And then also I want to give all the love to Lindy, because I think it was when Brenna was like, I'm concerned. This is my concerned face. the best.
You can see the eyebrows are slightly more narrow than they typically are, and the eyes are a little more squinted. I know it's been my regular face a lot of the time, but that's because I've been concerned a lot of the time.
And I wonder how concerned you are about the oldest son. Anyway, I'm sure it's fine. And also, I also give some love to Prax for whenever she just leans into the mic and you're like, oh, that's going to be really bad. And then, because whenever she leans into the mic, you know it's bad, and that's the best. And you can find me, what is this? You can find me on Friday, 7 p.m. on my channel, Trooper SJP for City of Light and Sunday from 4 to 7 at Table Story for Faint Dawn, which is a Band of Blades. And then at 8 p.m. here, pew, 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 at Praxagora this Bephoria for Romance of the Blue Rose. And that's me.
Yep. And we will all enjoy it, and that's, as for me, thank you all for being here, thank you all for playing, thank you all chat for hanging out and gifting them those wonderful things that kind of ensured that made sure that Javic stayed made sure Javic stayed alive. Look, he failed all of the draining saves that he had to make each hour, and he was real close to dead.
This seems much stronger than the first one.
Maybe it's because it's not spread out between a whole town's worth of people. Wow.
But where's it going?
That is a question.
Like, and what kind of range do you have on that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I have questions.
Well, Kadan's got to do some research. Ianto's got to stay still long enough to let people figure things out. Brenda's got to figure some things out. Ards is going to.
He was hanging out in his room, and he wouldn't have gotten in trouble with people.
I would like to point out that you weren't hanging out in your room when you ran away and found a lady in the forest who told you to steal the thing.
Which he's still going to do, and then he's going to get caught and put in the dungeon. But he's going to steal it.
I'm looking forward to it. By the way,
he's going to get caught, but
I'm looking forward to it. We'll come back to what that awareness check is in the morning. When we get back. But as for me, hey all, you know me. I'm at Dirgeon on Twitter, or Praxagora as Mephoria. You see me around in chat. And again, thank you all. You can find me on Friday, like Simon said, for the penultimate episode of Cyberpunk Red. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Trins is, I had the best time in the world because Trins got to remove the lug nuts off some asshole who decided to make a kit Aston Martin a 4-door. Do you understand the words that just came out of my mouth? Yes, Trooper. That is the face that is deserved on this statement. He deserved to have his entire rear axle fall on the goddamn floor.
I approve of the axle falling. I disapprove of the modifications.
To a Austin to make it a 4-door? Yeah. Trins is a thing. And then on Sunday, back here again for Romance of the Blue Rose, where, people have some interesting things where they need to figure out when they are, where they are, and perhaps, maybe should be concerned about other people that are around them. I'm just saying.
What do you mean?
We'll find out on Sunday. And then we'll be back here for Romance in the Blue, for more Witcher Roads Home. I do see everybody over on YouTube. I see all of your comments. Thank you again for all of that. I'm going to post a poll if I can get this to work right on YouTube, and I'll do it on Twitter as well. Because I'm now into the full enjoying it. It's like, so, what do we think is going on with Alienor and Cadarn? We will find out. Maybe. Who knows? But until next time, everybody. Bye-bye.